Chapter 18 of the Filigree Ball by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 18. In the Grass. I did some tall thinking that night. I remembered that this man had held some conversation with the Jeffreys at their carriage door previous to their departure from the Moor house, and found myself compelled to believe that only a matter of importance to themselves as well as to him would have detained them at such a minute. Oh, that Tampa were not so far off, or that I had happened on this clue earlier. But Tampa was at that moment a far prospect for me, and I could only reason from such facts as I had been able to collect in Washington. Fixing my mind now on Mrs. Jeffrey, I asked the cause of the many caprices which had marked her conduct on her wedding morning. Why had she persisted in dressing alone, and what occasioned the absorption which led to her ignoring all appeals at her door at a time when a woman is supposed to be more than usually gracious? But one answer suggested itself. Her heart was not in her marriage, and that last hour of her maidenhood had been an hour of anguish and struggle. Perhaps she not only failed to love Francis Jeffrey, but loved some other man. This seemed improbable, but things as strange as this have happened in our complex society, and no reckoning can be made with a woman's fancy. If this was so, and what other theory would better or even so well account for her peculiar behavior both then and afterward? The hour usually given by brides to dress and gladsome expectation was with her one of farewell to past hopes and an unfortunate, if not passionate, attachment. No wonder that she wished to be alone. No wonder that the interruption angered her. Perhaps it had found her on her knees. Perhaps... Here I felt myself seized by a strong and sudden excitement. I remembered the filings I had gathered up from the small stand by the window, filings which had glittered and which must have been of gold. What was the conclusion? In this last hour of her maiden life, she had sought to rid herself of some article of jewelry which she found it undesirable to carry into her new life. What article of jewelry? In consideration of the circumstances and the hour, I could think of but one: a ring, the symbol of some old attachment. The slight abrasion at the base of her third finger, which had been looked upon as the result of too rough and speedy a withdrawing of the wedding ring on the evening of her death, was much more likely to have been occasioned by the reopening of some little wound made 2 weeks before by the file. If Durbin and the rest had taken into account these filings, they must have come to very much the same conclusion, but either they had overlooked them in their search about the place, or, having noted them, regarded them as a clue leading nowhere. But for me, they led the way to a very definite inquiry. Asking to see the rings Mrs. Jeffrey had left behind her on the night she went for the last time to the Moor house, I looked them carefully over and found that none of them showed the least mark of the file. This strengthened my theory, and I proceeded to take my next step with increased confidence. It seemed an easy one, but proved unexpectedly difficult. My desire was to ascertain whether she had worn previous to her marriage any rings which had not been seen on her finger since, and it took me 1 whole week to establish the fact that she had. But that fact once learned, the way cleared before me. Allowing my fancy full rein, I pictured to myself her anxious figure standing alone in that ancient and ghostly room, filing off this old ring from her dainty finger. Then I asked myself what she would be likely to do with this ring after disengaging it from her hand. Would she keep it? Perhaps, but if so, why could it not be found? None such had been discovered among her effects. Or had she thrown it away, and if so, where? The vision of her which I had just seen in my mind's eye came out with a clearness at this which struck me as providential. I could discern as plainly as if I had been a part of the scene the white-clad form of the bride bending toward the light which came in sparsely through the half-open shutter she had loosened for this task. This was the shutter which had never again been fastened and whose restless blowing to and fro had first led attention to this house and the crime it might otherwise have concealed indefinitely. Had some glimpse of the rank grass growing underneath this window lured her eye and led her to cast away the ring which she had no longer any right to keep? It would be like a woman to yield to such an impulse, and on the strength of the possibility I decided to search this small plot for what it might very reasonably conceal. But I did not wish to do this openly. I was not only afraid of attracting Durbin's attention by an attempt which could only awaken his disdain, but I hesitated to arouse the suspicion of Mr. Moore, whose interest in his newly acquired property made him very properly alert to any trespass upon it. The undertaking therefore presented difficulties, but it was my business to overcome these, and before long I conceived a plan by which every blade of grass in the narrow strip running in front of this house might be gone over without arousing anything more serious than Uncle David's ire. Calling together a posse of street urchins, I organized them into a band, with the promise of a good supper all around if one of them brought me the pieces of a broken ring which I had lost in the grass plot of a house where I had been called upon to stay all night. That they might win the supper in the shortest possible time, and before the owner of this house, who lived opposite, could interfere, I advised them to start at the fence in a long line, and proceeding on their knees, to search, each one, the ground before him to the width of his own body. The fortunate one was to have the privilege of saying what the supper should consist of. To give a plausible excuse for this search, a ball was to be tossed up and down the street till it lighted in the Moore House enclosure. It was a scheme to fire the street boy's soul, and I was only afraid of failure from the over-enthusiasm it aroused. But the injunctions which I gave them to spare the shrubs and not to trample the grass any more than was necessary were so minute and impressive that they moved away to their task in unexpected order and with a subdued cheerfulness highly promising of success. I did not accompany them. Ginny, who had such an innocent air on the street, took my place and promenaded up and down the block just to see that Mr. Moore did not make too much trouble. And it was well she did so, for though he was not at home, I had chosen the hour of his afternoon ride, his new manservant was, and he no sooner perceived this crowd of urchins making for the opposite house than he rushed at them, and would have scattered them far and wide in a twinkling if the demure dimples of my little ally had not come into play and distracted his attention so completely as to make him forget the throng of unkempt hoodlums who seemed bound to invade his master's property. She was looking for Mr. Moore's house, she told him. Did he know Mr. Moore and his house, which was somewhere near? Not his new, great big house where the horrible things took place of which she had read in the papers, but this little old house which she had heard was soon to be for rent, and which she thought would be just the right size for herself and her mother. Was that it? That dear little place, all smothered in vines? How lovely! And what would the rent be, did he think? And had it a backyard with garden room enough for her to raise pinks and nasturtiums? And so on, while he stared with delighted eyes and tried to put in a word edgewise, and the boys, well, they went through that strip of grass in just 10 minutes. My brave little Ginny had just declared with her most roguish smile that she would run home and tell her mother all about this sweetest of sweet little places, when a shout rose from the other side of the street, and that collection of 15 or 20 boys scampered away as if mad, shouting in joyous echo of the boy at their head, "It's to be chicken, heaping plates of ice cream and sponge cake," by which token she knew that the ring had been found. When they brought this ring to me, I could not have exchanged places with any man on earth. As Ginny herself was curious enough to stroll along about this time, I held it out where we both could see it and draw our conclusions. It was a plain gold circlet set with a single small ruby. It was cut through and twisted out of shape, just as I had anticipated, and as I examined it, I wondered what part it had played and was yet destined to play in the drama of Veronica Jeffrey's mysterious life and still more mysterious death. That it was a factor of some importance, arguing some early schoolgirl love, I could but gather from the fact that its removal from her finger was effected in secrecy and under circumstances of such pressing haste. How could I learn the story of that ring and Mr. Jeffrey's professed jealousy of his wife and the disappointing honeymoon which had followed their marriage? That this feeling on his part had antedated the ambassador's ball, no one could question. But that it had started as far back as the wedding day was a new idea to me, and one which suggested many possibilities. Could this idea be established, and if so, how? But one avenue of inquiry offered itself. The waiter, who had been spirited away so curiously immediately after the wedding, might be able to give us some information on this interesting point. He had been the medium of the messages which had passed between her and Mr. Geoffrey just prior to the ceremony. Afterward he had been seen talking earnestly to that gentleman and later with her. Certainly it would add to our understanding of the situation to know what reply she had sent to the peremptory demand made upon her at so critical a time, an understanding so desirable that the very prospect of it was almost enough to warrant a journey to Tampa. Yet, say that the results were disappointing, how much time lost and what a sum of money. I felt the need of advice in this crisis, yet hesitated to ask it. My cursed pride and my no less cursed jealousy of Durbin stood very much in my way at this time. A week had now passed since the inquest, and while Miss Tuttle still remained at liberty, it was a circumscribed liberty, which must have been very galling to one of her temperament and habits. She rode and she walked, but she entered no house unattended, nor was she allowed any communication with Mr. Geoffrey. Nevertheless, she saw him, or at least gave him the opportunity of seeing her. Each day at 3 o'clock she rode through K Street, and the detective who watched Mr. Geoffrey's house said that she never passed it without turning her face to the second-story window, where he invariably stood. No signs passed between them, indeed they scarcely nodded, but her face, as she lifted it to meet his eye, showed so marked a serenity and was so altogether beautiful that this same detective had a desire to see if it maintained like characteristics when she was not within reach of her brother-in-law. Accordingly, the next day he delegated his place to another and took his stand farther down the street. Alas, it was not the same woman's face he saw, but a far different and sadder one. She wore that look of courage and brave hope only in passing Mr. Geoffrey's house. Was it simply an expression of her secret devotion to him, or the signal of some compact which had been entered into between them? Whichever it was, it touched my heart, even in his description of it. After advising with Ginny, I approached the superintendent, to whom, without further reserve, I opened my heart. The next day I found myself on the train, bound for Tampa, with full authority to follow Curly Jim until I found him. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Filigree Ball by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Caroline. Book 3. The House of Doom. Chapter 19. In Tampa. When I started on this desperate search after a witness, war had been declared, but no advance as yet ordered on Cuba. But during my journey south, the long-expected event happened, and on my arrival in Tampa I found myself in the midst of departure and everything in confusion. Of course, under such conditions it was difficult to find my man on the instant. Innumerable inquiries yielded no result, and in the absence of anyone who would or could give me the desired information, I wandered from one end of the camp to the other, till I finally encountered a petty officer who gave signs of being a rough rider. Him I stopped, and with some hint of my business, asked where James Calvert could be found. His answer was a stare and a gesture toward the hospital tents. Nothing could have astonished me more. "Sick?" I cried. "Dying," was his answer. Dying? Curly Jim? Impossible. I had misled my informant as to the exact man I wanted, or else there were two James Calverts in Tampa. Curly Jim, the former cowboy, was not the fellow to succumb in camp before he had ever smelt powder. "It is James Calvert of the 1st Volunteer Corps I am after," said I. "A sturdy fellow—" No doubt, many sturdy fellows are down. He's down to stay. Typhoid, you know, bad case. No hope from the start. Pity, but—" I heard no more. Dying. Curly Jim. He who was considered to be immune. He who held the secret. "Let me see him," I demanded. "It is important, a police matter. A word from him may save a life. He is still breathing?" "Yes, but I do not think there's any chance of his speaking. He did not recognize his nurse just 5 minutes ago." As bad as that. But I did not despair. I did not dare to. I had staked everything on this interview, and I was not going to lose its promised results from any lack of effort on my own part. "Let me see him," I repeated. I was taken in. The few persons I saw clustered about a narrow cot in one corner gave way, and I was cut to the heart to see that they did this not so much out of consideration for me or my errand there, as from the consciousness that their business at the bedside of this dying man was over. He was on the point of breathing his last. I pressed forward, and after one quick scrutiny of the closed eyes and pale face, I knelt at his side and whispered a name into his ear. It was that of Veronica Moore. He started. They all saw it. On the threshold of death, some emotion, we never knew what one, drew him back for an instant, and the pale cheek showed a suspicion of color. Though the eyes did not open, the lips moved, and I caught these words: "Kept word, told no one. She was so—" And that was all. He died the next instant. Well, I was woefully done up by this sudden extinction of all my hopes. They had been extravagant, no doubt, but they had sustained me through all my haps and mishaps, trials and dangers, till now, here, they ended with the one inexorable fact, death. Was I doomed to defeat then? Must I go back to the Major with my convictions unchanged, but with no fresh proof, no real evidence to support them? I certainly must. With the death of this man, all means of reaching the state of Mrs. Jeffrey's mind immediately preceding her marriage were gone. I could never learn now what to know would make a man of me and possibly save Cora Tuttle. Bending under this stroke of Providence, I passed out. A little boy was sobbing at the tent door. I stared at him curiously and was hurrying on when I felt myself caught by the hand. "Take me with you," cried a choked and frightened voice in my ear. "I have no friend here now he is gone. Take me back to Washington." Washington. I turned and looked at the lad who, kneeling in the hot sand at the door of the tent, was clutching me with imploring hands. "Who are you?" I asked, "and how came you here? Do you belong to the army?" "I helped care for his horse," he whispered. "He found me smuggled on board the train, for I was bound to go to the war, and he was sorry for me and used to give me bits of his own rations, but now no one will give me anything. Take me back, she won't care. She's dead, they say. Besides, I wouldn't stay here now if she was alive and breathing. I have had enough of war since he was good to me. I never cared for anyone so much." I looked at the boy with an odd sensation for which I have no name. "Whom are you talking about?" I asked. "Your mother? Your sister?" "Oh, no." The tone was simplicity itself. "Never had no mother. I mean the lady at the big house, the one that was married. She gave me money to go out of Washington and, wanting to be a soldier, I followed Curly Jim. I didn't think he'd die, he looked so strong. What's the matter, sir? Have I said anything I shouldn't?" I had him by the arm. I fear that I was shaking him. "The lady," I repeated. "She who was married, who gave you money. Wasn't it Mrs. Jeffrey?" "Yes, I believe that was the name of the man she married. But I saw here—" "Where? And why did she give you money? I will take you home with me if you tell me the truth about it." He glanced back at the tent from which I had slightly drawn him, and a hungry look crept into his eyes. "Well, it's no secret now," he muttered. "He used to say that I must keep my mouth shut, but he wouldn't say so now if he knew I could get home by telling. He used to be sorry for me, he used. What do you want to know?" "Why Mrs. Jeffrey gave you money to leave Washington?" The boy trembled, drew a step away, and then came back, and under those hot Florida skies, in the turmoil of departing troops, I heard these words: "Because I heard what she said to Jim." I felt my heart go down, then up, beyond anything I had ever experienced in my whole life. The way before me was not closed then. A witness yet remained, though Jim was dead. The boy was oblivious of my emotion. He was staring with great mournfulness at the tent. "And what was that?" said I. His attention, which had been wandering, came back, and it was with some surprise he said, "It was not much. She told him to take the gentleman into the library, but it was the library where men died, and he just went and died there too, you remember, and Jim said he wasn't ever going to speak of it, and so I promised not to neither, but when do you think you will be starting, sir?" I did not answer him. I was feeling very queer, as men feel, I suppose, who in some crisis or event recognize an unexpected interposition of Providence. "Are you the boy who ran away from the florist's in Washington?" I inquired when ready to speak. "The boy who delivered Miss Moore's bridal bouquet?" "Yes, sir." I let go of his hand and sat down. Surely there was a power greater than chance governing this matter, though what devious ways and from what unexpected sources had I come upon this knowledge? Mrs. Jeffrey, or Miss Moore as she was then, told Jim to seat the gentleman in the library, I now said. "Why?" "I do not know. He told her the gentleman's name, and then she whispered him that. I heard her, and that was why I got money too. But it's all gone now. Oh, sir, when are you going back?" I started to my feet. Was it in answer to this appeal, or because I realized that I had come at last upon a clue calling for immediate action? "I am going now," said I, "and you are going with me. Run, for the train we take leaves inside of 10 minutes. My business here is over." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part 1 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 20, The Colonel's Own. Part 1. Words cannot express the tediousness of that return journey. The affair which occupied all my thoughts was as yet too much enveloped in mystery for me to contemplate it with anything but an anxious and inquiring mind. While I clung with new and persistent hope to the thread which had been put in my hand, I was too conscious of the maze through which we must yet pass before the light could be reached, to feel that lightness of spirit which in itself might have lessened the hours and made bearable those days of forced inaction. To beguile the way a little, I made a complete analysis of the facts as they appeared to me in the light of this latest bit of evidence. The result was not strikingly encouraging, yet I will insert it, if only in proof of my diligence and the extreme interest I experienced in each and every stage of this perplexing affair. It again took the form of a summary and read as follows. Facts as they now appear. 1. The peremptory demand for an interview which had been delivered to Miss Moore during the half-hour preceding her marriage had come, not from the bridegroom as I had supposed, but from the so-called stranger, Mr. Pfeiffer. 2. Her reply to this demand had been an order for that gentleman to be seated in the library. 3. The messenger carrying this order had been met and earnestly talked with by Mr. Jeffrey either immediately before or immediately after the aforementioned gentleman had been so seated. 4. Death reached Mr. Pfeiffer before the bride did. 5. Miss Moore remained in ignorance of this catastrophe till after her marriage, no intimation of the same having been given to her by the few persons allowed to approach her before she descended to her nuptials, yet she was seen to shrink unaccountably when her husband's lips touched hers, and when informed of the dreadful event before which she beheld all her guests fleeing, went from the house a changed woman. 6. For all this proof that Mr. Pfeiffer was well known to her, if not to the rest of the bridal party, no acknowledgment of this was made by any of them then or afterward, nor any contradiction given either by husband or wife to the accepted theory that this seeming stranger from the West had gone into this fatal room of the Moors to gratify his own morbid curiosity. 7. On the contrary, an extraordinary effort was immediately made by Mr. Jeffrey to rid himself of the only witness who could tell the truth concerning those fatal 10 minutes, but this brought no peace to the miserable wife, who never again saw a really happy moment. 8. Extraordinary efforts at concealment argue extraordinary causes for fear. Fully to understand the circumstances of Mrs. Jeffrey's death, it would be necessary first to know what had happened in the Moore house when Mr. Jeffrey learned from Curly Jim that the man whose hold upon his bride had been such that he dared to demand an interview with her just as she was on the point of descending to her nuptials, had been seated, or was about to be seated, in the room where death had once held its court and might easily be persuaded to hold court again. This was the limit of my conclusions. I could get no further and awaited my arrival in Washington with the greatest impatience. But once there, and the responsibility of this new inquiry shifted to broader shoulders than my own, I was greatly surprised and as deeply chagrined to observe the whole affair lag unaccountably, and to note that, in spite of my so-called important discoveries, the prosecution continued working up the case against Miss Tuttle in manifest intention of presenting it to the grand jury at its fall sitting. Whether Durbin was to blame for this I could not say. Certainly his look was more or less quizzical when next time we met, and this nettled me so that I at once came to the determination that whatever was in his mind, or in the minds of the men whose counsels he undoubtedly shared, I was going to make one more great effort on my own account, not to solve the main mystery which had passed out of my hands, but to reach the hidden cause of the equally unexplained deaths which had occurred from time to time at the library fireplace. For nothing could now persuade me that the two mysteries were not indissolubly connected, or that the elucidation of the one would not lead to the elucidation of the other. To be sure, it was well accepted at headquarters that all possible attempts had been made in this direction, and with nothing but failure as a result. The floor, the hearth, the chimney, and above all, the old settee had been thoroughly searched, but to no avail. The secret had not been reached and had almost come to be looked upon as insolvable. But I was not one to be affected by other men's failures. The encouragement afforded me by my late discoveries was such that I felt confident that nothing could hinder my success save the necessity of completely pulling down the house. Besides, all investigation had hitherto started, if it had not ended, in the library. I was resolved to begin work in quite a different spot. I had not forgotten the sensations I had experienced in the southwest chamber. During my absence, this house had been released from surveillance, but the Major still held the keys, and I had no difficulty in obtaining them. The next thing was to escape its owner's vigilance. This I managed to do through the assistance of Ginny, and when midnight came and all lights went out in the opposite cottage, I entered boldly upon the scene. As before, I went first of all to the library. It was important to know at the outset that this room was in its normal condition. But this was not my only reason for prefacing my new efforts by a visit to this scene of death and mysterious horror. I had another, so seemingly puerile that I almost hesitate to mention it, and would not if the sequel warranted its omission. I wished to make certain that I had exhausted every suspected, as well as every known clue to the information I sought. In my long journey home and the hours of thought it had forced upon me, I had more than once been visited by flitting visions of things seen in this old house and afterward nearly forgotten. Among these was the book which on that first night of hurried search had given proofs of being in someone's hand within a very short period. The attention I had given it at a moment of such haste was necessarily cursory, and when later a second opportunity was granted me of looking into it again, I had allowed a very slight obstacle to deter me. This was a mistake I was anxious to rectify. Anything which had been touched with purpose at or near the time of so mysterious a tragedy, and the position of this book on a shelf so high that a chair was needed to reach it, proved that it had been sought and touched with purpose, held out the promise of a clue which one on so blind a trail as myself could not afford to ignore. But when I had taken the book down and read again its totally uninteresting and unsuggestive title, and by another reference to its dim and faded leaves, found that my memory had not played me false, and that it contained nothing but stupid and wholly irrelevant statistics, my confidence in it as a possible aid in the work I had in hand departed just as it had on the previous occasion. I was about to put it back on the shelf when I bethought me of running my hand in behind the two books between which it had stood. Ah, that was it. Another book lay flat against the wall at the back of the shelf, and when, by the removal of those in front, I was enabled to draw this book out, I soon saw why it had been relegated to such a remote place of concealment on the shelves of the Moore Library. It was a collection of obscure memoirs written by an English woman, but an English woman who had been in America during the early part of the century, and who had been brought more or less into contact with the mysteries connected with the Moore House in Washington. Several pages were marked, one particularly, by a heavy pencil line running the length of the margin. As the name of Moore was freely scattered through these passages, as well as through 2 or 3 faded newspaper clippings, which I discovered pasted on the inside cover, I lost no time in setting about their perusal. The following extracts are from the book itself, taken in the order in which I found them marked. It was about this time that I spent a week in the Moore House, that grand and historic structure concerning which and its occupants so many curious rumors are afloat. I knew nothing then of its discreditable fame, but from the first moment of my entrance into its ample and well-lighted halls, I experienced a sensation which I will not call dread, but which certainly was far from being the impulse of pure delight which the graciousness of my hostess and the imposing character of the place itself were calculated to produce. This emotion was but transitory, vanishing as was natural in the excitement of my welcome and the extraordinary interest I took in Callista Moore, who in those days was a most fascinating little body. Small to the point of appearing diminutive and lacking all assertion in manner and bearing, she was nevertheless such a lady that she easily dominated all who approached her, and produced, quite against her will I am sure, an impression of aloofness, seasoned with kindness, which made her a most surprising and entertaining study to the analytic observer. Her position as nominal mistress of an establishment already accounted one of the finest in Washington, the real owner, Reuben Moore, preferring to live abroad with his French wife, gave to her least action an importance which her shy, if not appealing looks, and a certain strained expression most difficult to characterize, vainly attempted to contradict. I could not understand her, and soon gave up the attempt. But my admiration held firm, and by the time the evening was half over, I was her obedient slave. I think from what I know of her now that she would have preferred to be mine. I was put to sleep in a great chamber, which I afterward heard called the Colonel's Own. It was very grand and had a great bed in it almost royal in its size and splendor. I believe that I shrank quite unaccountably from this imposing piece of furniture when I first looked at it. It seemed so big and so out of proportion to my slim little body. But admonished by the look which I surprised on Mistress Callista's high-bred face, I quickly recalled an expression so unsuited to my position as guest, and with a gush of well-simulated rapture began to expatiate upon the interesting characteristics of the room and express myself as delighted at the prospect of sleeping there. Instantly the nervous look left her, and with the quiet remark, "It was my father's room," she set down the candles with which both her hands were burdened, and gave me a kiss so warm and surcharged with feeling that it sufficed to keep me happy and comfortable for a half-hour or more after she passed out. I had thought myself a very sleepy girl, but when, after a somewhat lengthened brooding over the dying embers in the open fireplace, I lay down behind the curtains of the huge bed, I found myself as far from sleep as I had ever been in my whole life. And I did not recover from this condition for the entire night. For hours I tossed from one side of the bed to the other in my efforts to avoid the persistent eyes of a scarcely to be perceived drawing facing me from the opposite wall. It had no merit as a picture, this drawing, but seen as it was under the rays of a gibbous moon, looking in through the half-open shutter, it exercised upon me a spell such as I cannot describe and hope never again to experience. Finally I rose and pulled the curtains violently together across the foot of the bed. This shut out the picture, but I found it worse to imagine it there with its haunting eyes peering at me through the intervening folds of heavy damask than to confront it openly, so I pushed the curtains back again, only to rise a half-hour later and twitch them desperately together once more. I fidgeted and worried so that night that I must have looked quite pale when my attentive hostess met me at the head of the stairs the next morning. For her hand shook quite perceptibly as she grasped mine, and her voice was pitched in no natural key as she inquired how I had slept. I replied as truth, if not courtesy, demanded, not as well as usual, whereupon her eyes fell, and she remarked quite hurriedly, "I'm so sorry, you shall have another room tonight," adding, in what appeared to be an unconscious whisper, "There's no use, all feel it, even the young and the gay." Then aloud and with irrepressible anxiety, "You didn't see anything, dear?" "No," I protested in suddenly awakened dismay. Only the strange eyes of that queer drawing peering at me through the curtains of my bed. Is it a haunted room?" Her look was a shocked one, her protest quite vehement. "Oh no, no one has ever witnessed anything like a ghost there. But everyone finds it impossible to sleep in that bed, or even in the room. I do not know why, unless it is that my father spent so many weary years of incessant wakefulness inside its walls." "And did he die in that bed?" I asked. She gave a startled shiver and drew me hurriedly downstairs. As we paused at the foot, she pressed my hand and whispered, "Yes, at night, with the full of the moon upon him." I answered her look with one she probably understood as little as I did hers. I had heard of this father of hers. He had been a terrible old man and had left a terrible memory behind him. The next day my room was changed according to her promise, but in the light of the charges I have since heard uttered against that house and the family who inhabit it, I am glad that I spent one night in what, if it was not a haunted chamber, had certainly a very thrilling effect upon its occupants. Second passage, the italics showing where it was most heavily marked. The house contained another room as interesting as the one I have already mentioned. It went by the name of the library, and its walls were heavily lined with books. But the family never sat there, nor was I ever fortunate enough to see it with its doors unclosed, except on the occasion of the grand reception Mistress Callista gave in my honor. I have a fancy for big rooms, and more than once urged my hostess to tell me why this one stood neglected. But the lady was not communicative on this topic, and it was from another member of the household I learned that its precincts had been forever clouded by the unexpected death within them of one of her father's friends, a noted army officer. Why this should have occasioned a permanent disuse of the spot I could not understand, and as everyone who conversed on this topic invariably gave the impression of saying less than the subject demanded, my curiosity soon became too much for me, and I attacked Miss Callista once again in regard to it. She gave me a quick smile, for she was always amiable, but shook her head and introduced another topic. But one night, when the wind was howling in the chimneys and the sense of loneliness was even greater than usual in this great house, we drew together on the rug in front of my bedroom fire, and as the embers burned down to ashes before us, Miss Callista became more communicative. Her heart was heavy, she told me, had been heavy for years. Perhaps some ray of comfort would reach her if she took a friend into her confidence. God knew that she needed one, especially on nights like this, when the wind woke echoes all over the house, and it was hard to tell which most to fear, the sounds which came from no one knew where, or the silence which settled after. She trembled as she said this, and instinctively drew nearer my side, so that our heads almost touched over the flickering flame, from whose heat and light we sought courage. She seemed to feel grateful for this contact, and the next minute, flinging all her scruples to the wind, she began a relation of events which more or less answered my late unwelcome queries. The death in the library, about which her most perplexing memory hung, took place when she was a child and her father held that high governmental position which has reflected so much credit upon the family. Her father and the man who thus perished had been intimate friends. They had fought together in the War of 1812 and received the same distinguishing marks of presidential approval afterward. They were both members of an important commission which brought them into diplomatic relations with England. It was while serving on this commission that the sudden break occurred which ended all intimate relations between them, and created a change in her father that was equally remarked at home and abroad. What occasioned this break no one knew. Whether his great ambition had received some check through the jealousy of his so-called friend, a supposition which did not seem possible, as he rose rapidly after this, or on account of other causes darkly hinted at by his contemporaries, but never breaking into open gossip, he was never the same man afterwards. His children, who used to rush with effusion to greet him, now shrank into corners at his step, or slid behind half-open doors, whence they peered with fearful interest at his tall figure, pacing in moody silence the halls of his ancestral home, or sitting with frowning brows over the embers dying away on the great hearthstone of his famous library. Their mother, who was an invalid, did not share these terrors. The father was ever tender of her, and the only smile they ever saw on his face came with his entrance into her darkened room. End of chapter 20, part 1. Chapter 20, part 2 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 20, part 2. Such were Callista Moore's first memories. Those which followed were more definite and much more startling. President Jackson, who had a high opinion of her father's ability, advanced him rapidly. Finally, a position was given him which raised him into national prominence. As this had been the goal of his ambition for years, he was much gratified by this appointment, and though his smiles came no more frequently, his frowns lightened, and from being positively threatening, became simply morose. Why this moroseness should have sharpened into menace after an unexpected visit from his once dear, but long estranged companion in arms, his daughter, even after long years of constant brooding upon this subject, dares not decide. If she could, she might be happier. The general was a kind man, sharp of face and of a tall, thin figure, but with an eye to draw children and make them happy with a look. But his effect on the father was different. From the moment the two met in the great hall below, the temper of the host betrayed how little he welcomed this guest. He did not fail in courtesy. The Moors are always gentlemen, but it was a hard courtesy, which cut while it flattered. The two children, shrinking from its edge without knowing what it was that hurt them, slunk to covert, and from behind the two pillars which mark the entrance to the library, watched the two men as they walked up and down the halls, discussing the merits of this and that detail of the freshly furnished mansion. These two innocent but eager spies, whom fear rather than curiosity held in hiding, even caught some of the sentences which passed between the so-called friends, and though these necessarily conveyed but little meaning to their childish minds, the words forming them were never forgotten, as witness these phrases confided to me by Mistress Callista 25 years afterward. "You have much that most men lack," remarked the general, as they paused to admire some little specimen of Italian art which had been lately received from Genoa. "You have money, too much money, Moore, by an amount I might easily name, a home which some might call palatial, a lovely if not altogether healthy wife, 2 fine children, and all the honor which a man in a commonwealth like this should ask for. Drop politics." "Politics are my life," was the cold response. "To bid me drop them is to bid me commit suicide." Then, as an afterthought to which a moment of intervening silence added emphasis, "and for you to drive me from them would be an act little short of murder." "Justice dealt upon a traitor is not murder," was the stern and unyielding reply. "By one black deed of treacherous barter and sale, of which none of your countrymen is cognizant but myself, you have forfeited the confidence of this government. Were I, who so unhappily surprised your secret, to allow you to continue in your present place of trust, I myself would be a traitor to the republic for which I have fought and for which I am ready to die. That is why I ask you to resign before—" The two children did not catch the threat latent in this last word, but they realized the force of it from their father's look, and were surprised when he quietly said, "You declare yourself to be the only man on the commission who is acquainted with the facts you are pleased to style traitorous?" The general's lips curled. "Have I not said?" he asked. Something in this stern honesty seemed to affect the father. His face turned away, and it was the other's voice which was next heard. A change had taken place in it, and it sounded almost mellow as it gave form to these words. "Alpheus, we have been friends. You shall have 2 weeks in which to think over my demand and decide. If, at the end of that time, you have not returned to domestic life, you may expect another visit from me, which cannot fail of consequences. You know my temper when roused. Do not force me into a position which will cause us both endless regret." Perhaps the father answered, perhaps he did not. The children heard nothing further, but they witnessed the gloom with which he rode away to the White House the next day. Remembering the general's threat, they imagined in their childish hearts that their father had gone to give up his post and newly acquired honors. But he returned at night without having done so, and from that day on carried his head higher and showed himself more and more the master, both at home and abroad. But he was restless, very restless, and possibly to allay a great mental uneasiness, he began having some changes made in the house, changes which occupied much of his time and with which he never seemed satisfied. Men working one day were dismissed the next, and others called in, until this work and everything else was interrupted by the return of his late unwelcome guest, who kept his appointment to a day. At this point in her narrative, Mistress Callista's voice fell, and the flame which had thrown a partial light on her countenance died down until I could but faintly discern the secretly inquiring look with which she watched me as she went on to say, "Reuben and I," Reuben was her brother, "were posted in the dark corner under the stairs when my father met the general at the door. We had expected to hear high words or some explosion of bitter feeling between them, and hardly knew whether to be glad or sorry when our father welcomed his guest with the same elaborate bow we once saw him make to the president in the grounds of the White House. Nor could we understand what followed. We were summoned in to supper. Our mother was there, a great event in those days, and toasts were drunk, and our father proposed one to the general's health. This Reuben thought was an open signal of peace, and turned upon me his great round eyes in surprise. But I, who was old enough to notice that this toast was not responded to, and that the general did not even touch his lips to the glass he had lifted in compliment to our mother, who had lifted hers, felt that there was something terrifying rather than reassuring in this attempt at good fellowship. Though unable to reason over it at the time, I have often done so since, and my father's attitude and look as he faced this strange guest had dwelt so persistently in my memory that scarcely a year passes without the scene coming up in my dreams with its accompanying emotions of fear and perplexity. For perhaps you know the story. That hour was the general's last. He died before leaving the house, died in that same library concerning which you have asked so many questions. I remember the circumstances well, how well, down to each and every detail. Our mother had gone back to her room, and the general and my father, who did not linger over their wine, why should they, when the general would not drink, had withdrawn to the library at the suggestion of the general, whose last words are yet lingering in my ears. "The time has come for our little talk," said he. "Your reception augurs—" "You do not look well," my father here broke in what seemed an unnaturally loud voice. "Come and sit down." Here the door closed. We had hung about this door, curious children that we were, in hopes of catching a glimpse of the queer new settle which had been put into place that day. But we scampered away at this, and were playing in and out of the halls, when the library door again opened, and my father came out. "Where's Samba?" he cried. "Tell him to carry a glass of wine in to the general. I do not like his looks. I am going upstairs for some medicine." This he whispered in choked tones as he set foot on the stairs. Why I remember it I do not know, for Reuben, who was standing where he could look into the library when our father came out and saw the settle and the general sitting at one end of it, was chattering about it in my ear at the very moment our father was giving his orders. Reuben is a man now, and I have asked him more than once since then how the general looked at that critical instant. It is important to me, very, very important, and to him too, now that he has come to know a man's passions and temptations. But he will never tell me, never relieve my mind, and I can only hope that there were real signs of illness on the general's brow, for then I could feel that all had been right, and that his death was the natural result of the great distress he felt at opposing my father in the one desire of his heart. That glimpse which Reuben had of him before he fell has always struck me with strange pathos. A little child looking in upon a man who, for all his apparent health, will in another moment be in eternity. I do not wonder he does not like to talk of it, and yet... It was Samba who came upon the general first. Our father had not yet descended. When he did, it was with loud cries and piteous ejaculations. Word had gone upstairs and surprised him in the room with my mother. I recollect wondering in all childish simplicity why he wrung his hands so over the death of a man he so hated and feared. Nor was it till years had passed and our mother had been laid in the grave and the house had settled into a gloom too heavy and sombre for Reuben to endure that I recognized in my father the signs of a settled remorse. These I endeavored to account for by the fact that he had been saved from what he looked upon as political death by the sudden but opportune decease of his best friend. This caused a shock to his feelings which had unnerved him for life. Don't you think this the true explanation of his invariably moody brow and the great distaste he always showed for this same library? Though he would live in no other house, he would not enter that room nor look at the gloomy settle from which the general had fallen to his death. The place was virtually tabooed, and though, as the necessity arose, it was opened from time to time for great festivities, the shadow it had acquired never left it, and my father hated its very door until he died. Is it not natural that his daughter should share this feeling? It was, and I said so, but I would say no more, though she cast me little appealing looks, which acquired an eerie significance from the pressure of her small fingers on my arm, and the wailing sound of the wind, which at that moment blew down in a gust, scattering the embers and filling the house with banshee calls. I simply kissed her and advised her to go back with me to England and forget this old house and all its miserable memories. For that was the sum of the comfort at my poor command. When, after another restless night, I crept down in the early morning to peer into the dim and unused room whose story I had at last learned, I cannot say but that I half expected to behold the meagre ghost of the unfortunate general rise from the cushions of the prodigious bench which still kept its mysterious watch over the deserted hearthstone. So much for the passages culled from the book itself. The newspaper excerpts, to which I next turned, bore a much later date, and read as follows. A strange coincidence marks the death of Albert Moore in his brother's house yesterday. He was discovered lying with his head on the identical spot where General Lloyd fell 40 years before. It is said that this sudden demise of a man, hitherto regarded as a model of physical strength and endurance, was preceded by a violent altercation with his elder brother. If this is so, the excitement incident upon such a break in their usually pleasant relations may account for his sudden death. Edward Moore, who unfortunately was out of the room when his brother succumbed, some say that he was in his grandfather's room above, was greatly unnerved by this unexpected end to what was probably merely a temporary quarrel, and now lies in a critical condition. The relations between him and the deceased Albert have always been of the most amicable character until they unfortunately fell in love with the same woman. Attached to this was another slip, apparently from a later paper. The quarrel between the two brothers Moore, just prior to the younger one's death, turns out to have been of a more serious nature than was first supposed. It has since leaked out that an actual duel was fought at that time between these two on the floor of the old library, and that in this duel the elder one was wounded. Some even go so far as to affirm that the lady's hand was to be the reward of him who drew the first blood. It is no longer denied that the room was in great disorder when the servants first rushed in at the sound he made in falling. Everything movable had been pushed back against the wall and an open space cleared, in the center of which could be seen one drop of blood. What is certain is that Mr. Moore is held to the house by something even more serious than his deep grief, and that the young lady who was the object of this fatal dispute has left the city. Pasted under this was the following short announcement. Married on the 21st of January at the American Consulate in Rome, Italy, Edward Moore of Washington, D.C., United States of America, to Antoinette Sloan, daughter of Joseph DeWitt Sloan, also of that city. With this notice my interest in the book ceased, and I prepared to step down from the chair on which I had remained standing during the reading of the above passages. As I did so, I spied a slip of paper lying on the floor at my feet. As it had not been there 10 minutes before, there could be little doubt that it had slipped from the book whose leaves I had been turning over so rapidly. Hastening to recover it, I found it to be a sheet of ordinary notepaper, partly inscribed with words in a neat and distinctive handwriting. This was a great find, for the paper was fresh and the handwriting one which could be readily identified. What I saw written there was still more remarkable. It had the look of some of the memoranda I had myself drawn up during the most perplexing moments of this strange case. I transcribe it just as it read. We have here two separate accounts of how death comes to those who breathe their last on the ancestral hearthstone of the Moore House Library. Certain facts are emphasized in both. Each victim was alone when he fell. Each death was preceded by a scene of altercation or violent controversy between the victim and the alleged master of these premises. In each case, the master of the house reaped some benefit, real or fancied, from the other's death. A curious set of paragraphs. Someone besides myself was searching for the very explanation I was at that moment intent upon. I should have considered it the work of our detectives if the additional lines I now came upon could have been written by anyone but a Moor. But no one of any other blood or associations could have indited the amazing words which followed. The only excuse I could find for them was the difficulty which some men feel in formulating their thoughts otherwise than with pen and paper. They were so evidently intended for the writer's eye and understanding only, as witness. Let me recall the words my father was uttering when my brother rushed in upon us with that account of my misdeeds, which changed all my prospects in life. It was my 21st birthday, and the old man had just informed me that as the eldest son I might expect the house in which we stood to be mine one day, and with it a secret which has been handed down from father to son ever since the Moors rose to eminence in the person of Colonel Alpheus. Then he noted that I was now of age, and immediately went on to say, "This means that you must be told certain facts, without the knowledge of which you would be no true Moor. These facts you must hereafter relate to your son, or whoever may be fortunate enough to inherit from you. It is the legacy which goes with this house, and one which no inheritor as yet has refused either to receive or to transmit. Listen. You have often noted the gold filigree ball which I wear on my watch guard. This ball is the talisman of our house, of this house. If, in the course of your life, you find yourself in an extremity from which no issue seems possible, mind the strictness of the injunction, an extremity from which no issue seems possible. I have never been in such a case. The gold filigree ball has never been opened by me. You will take this trinket from its chain, press upon this portion of it so, and use what you will find inside in connection with—" Alas, it was at this point John Judson came rushing in, and those disclosures were made which lost me my father's regard and gave to the informer my rightful inheritance, together with the full secret, of which I only got a part. But that part must help me now to the whole. I have seen the filigree ball many times. Veronica has it now, but its contents have never been shown me. If I knew what they were, and why the master of this secret always left the library— Here the memorandum ceased, with a long line straggling from the letter Y, as if the writer had been surprised at his task. The effect upon me of these remarkable words was to heighten my interest and raise me into a state of renewed hope, if not of active expectation. Another mind than my own had been at work along the only groove which held out any promise of success, and this mind, having at its command certain family traditions, had led me into a most valuable secret. Another mind? Whose mind? That was a question easily answered. But one man could have written these words, the man who was thrust aside in early life in favor of his younger brother, and who now, by the sudden death of that brother's daughter, had come again into his inheritance. Uncle David, and he only, was the puzzled inquirer whose self-communings I had just read. This fact raised a new problem for me to work upon, and I could but ask when these lines were written, before or after Mr. Pfeiffer's death, and whether he had ever succeeded in solving the riddle he had suggested, or whether it was still a baffling mystery to him. I was so moved by the suggestion conveyed in his final and half-finished sentence that I soon lost sight of these lesser inquiries in the more important one connected with the Filigree ball. For I had seen this Filigree ball, I had even handled it. From the description given, I was very certain that it had been one of the many trinkets I had observed lying on the dressing table when I made my first hasty examination of the room on the evening of Mrs. Jeffrey's death. Why had no premonition of its importance as a connecting link between these tragedies and their mysterious cause come to me at the time when it was within reach of my hand? It was too late now. It had been swept away with the other loose objects littering the place, and my opportunity for pursuing this very promising investigation was gone for the night. Yet it was with a decided feeling of triumph that I finally locked the door of this old mansion behind me. Certainly I had taken a step forward since my entrance there, to which I had but to add another of equal importance to merit the attention of the superintendent myself. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Chapter 21 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 21. The Heart of the Puzzle. The next morning I swallowed my pride and sought out Durbin. He had superintended the removal of Mrs. Jeffrey's effects from the southwest chamber, and should know, if anyone, where this Filigree ball was now to be found. Doubtless it had been returned with the other things to Mr. Jeffrey, and yet, who knows? Durbin is sly, and some inkling of its value as a clue may have entered his mind. If so, it would be anywhere but in Mr. Jeffrey's or Miss Tuttle's possession. To test my rival's knowledge of and interest in this seemingly trivial object, I stooped to what I can but consider a pardonable subterfuge. Greeting him in the off-hand way least likely to develop his suspicion, I told him that I had a great idea in connection with the Jeffrey case, and that the clue to it lay in a little gold ball which Mrs. Jeffrey sometimes wore and upon which she set great store. So far I spoke the truth. It had been given her by someone, not Mr. Jeffrey, and I believed, though I did not know, that it contained a miniature portrait which it might be to our advantage to see. I expected his lip to curl, but for a wonder it maintained its non-committal aspect, though I was sure that I caught a slight, very slight, gleam of curiosity lighting up for a moment his calm grey eye. "You are on a fantastic trail," he sneered, and that was all. But I had not expected more. I had merely wished to learn what place, if any, this Filigree ball held in his own suspicions, and in case he had overlooked it, to jog his curiosity so that he would in some way betray its whereabouts. That, for all its seeming inconsequence, it did hold some place in his mind was evident enough to those who knew him, but that it was within reach or obtainable by any ordinary means was not so plain. Indeed, I very soon became convinced that he, for one, had no idea where it was, or, after the suggestive hint I had given him, he would never have wasted a half-hour on me. What was I to do then? Tell my story to the Major and depend on him to push the matter to its proper conclusion? "Not yet," whispered Pride. "Durbin thinks you a fool. Wait till you can show your whole hand before calling attention to your cards." But it was hard not to betray my excitement and to act the fool they considered me when the boys twitted me about this famous golden charm and asked what great result had followed my night in the Moore house. But remembering that he who laughs last laughs best, and that the cause of mirth was not yet over between Durbin and myself, I was able to preserve an impassive exterior even when I came under the Major's eye. I found myself amply repaid when one of the boys, who had studiously avoided chaffing me, dropped the following words in my ear. "I don't know what your interest is in the small gold charm you were talking about, but you have done some good work in this case, and I don't mind telling you what I know about it. That little gold ball has caused the police much trouble. It is on the list of effects found in the room where the candle was seen burning, but when all these petty belongings of Mrs. Jeffreys were gathered up and carried back to her husband, this special one was not to be found amongst them. It was lost in transit, nor has it ever been seen since. And who do you think it was who called attention to this loss and demanded that the article be found? Not Mr. Jeffrey, who seems to lay little or no stress upon it, but the old man they call Uncle David. He who, to all appearance, possessed no interest in his niece's personal property, was on hand the moment these things were carried into her husband's house, with the express intention, it seems, of inquiring for this gold ball, which he declared to be a family heirloom. As such it belonged to him as the present holder of the property, and to him only. Attention being thus called to it, it was found to be missing, and as no one but the police seemed to be to blame for its loss, the matter was hushed up and would have been regarded as too insignificant for comment, the trinket being intrinsically worthless, if Mr. Moore had not continued to make such a fuss about it. The ball, he declared, was worth as much to a Moore as all the rest of his property, which was bosh, you know, and the folly of these assertions and the depth of the passions he displayed whenever the subject was mentioned have made some of us question if he is the innocent inheritor he has tried to make himself out. At all events, I know for a certainty that the district attorney holds his name in reserve if the grand jury fails to bring an indictment against Miss Tuttle. "The district attorney is wise," I remarked, and fell a-thinking. Had this latent suspicion against Mr. Moore any solid foundation? Was he the guilty man? The memorandum I had come across in the book, which had been lately pulled down from the library shelves, showed that, Notwithstanding his testimony to the contrary, he had been in that house close upon that fatal night, if not on the very night itself. It also showed his extreme interest in the traditions of the family. But did it show anything more? Had he interrupted his writing to finish his query in blood, and had one of his motives for this crime been the acquisition of the Filigree ball? If so, why had he left it on the table upstairs? A candle had been lit in that room. Could it have been by him in his search for this object? It would be a great relief to believe so. What was the reason, then, that my mind refused so emphatically to grasp this possibility and settle upon him as the murderer of Mrs. Jeffrey? I cannot tell. I hated the man, and I likewise deeply distrusted him. But I could not, even after this revelation of his duplicity, connect him in my thoughts with absolute crime without a shock to my intuitions. Happily, my scruples were not shared by my colleagues. They had listed him. Here I felt my shoulder touched, and a newspaper was thrust into my hand by the man who had just addressed me. "Look down the lost and found column," said he. "The third advertisement you will see there came from the district attorney's office. The next one was inserted by Mr. Moore himself." I followed his pointing finger and read two descriptions of the Filigree ball. The disproportion in the rewards offered was apparent. That promised by Uncle David was calculated to rouse any man's cupidity, and should have resulted in the bauble's immediate return. "He got ahead of the police that time," I laughed. "When did these advertisements appear?" "During the days you were absent from Washington." "And how sure are you that he did not get his jewel back?" "Oh, we are sure. His continued anxiety and still active interest prove this, even if our surveillance had been less perfect." "And the police have been equally unsuccessful?" "Equally." "After every effort?" "Every." "Who was the man who collected and carried out those things from the southwest chamber?" He smiled. "You see him," said he. "It was you?" "Myself." "And you are sure this small ball was among them?" "No, I only know that I have seen it somewhere, but that it wasn't among the articles I delivered to Mr. Jeffrey." "How did you carry them?" "In a handbag which I locked myself." "Before leaving the southwest chamber?" "Yes." "Then it is still in that room?" "Find it," was his laconic reply. Here most men would have stopped, but I have a bulldog's tenacity when once I lay hold. That night I went back to the Moore house, and, taking every precaution against being surprised by the sarcastic Durbin or some of his many flatterers, I ransacked the southwest chamber on my own behalf for what certainly I had little reason to expect to find there. It seemed a hopeless cause from the first, but I acted as if no one had hunted for this object before. Moving every article, I sought first on the open floor and then in every possible cranny for the missing trinket. But I failed to find it and was about to acknowledge myself defeated when my eye fell on the long brocaded curtains which I had drawn across the several windows to hide every gleam of light from the street. They were almost free from folds, but I shook them well, especially the one nearest the table, and naturally with no effect. "Folly," I muttered, yet did not quite desist, for the great tassels still hung at the sides, and, well, you may call it an impossible find, or say that if the bauble was there, it should have been discovered in the first search for it. I will not say no. I can only tell you what happened. When I took one of those tassels in my hand, I thought, as it twirled under my touch, that I saw something gleam in its faded old threads, which did not belong there. Startled, and yet not thoroughly realizing that I had come upon the object of my search, I picked at this thing and found it to be a morsel of gold chain that had become entangled in it. When I pulled it out, it showed a small golden ball at one end, filigreed over and astonishingly heavy for its size and apparent delicacy. How it came there, whether it rolled from the table or was swept off inadvertently by the detective's hand, and how it came to be caught by this old tassel and held there in spite of the many shakings it must have received, did not concern me at this momentous instant. The talisman of this old family was found. I had but to discover what it held concealed, to understand what had baffled Mr. Moore and made the mystery he had endeavored to penetrate so insolvable. Rejoicing in my triumph, but not wasting a moment in self-congratulation, I bent over the candle with my prize and sought for the clasp or fastening which held its two parts together. I have a knack at clasps and curious fastenings, and was able at first touch to spring this one open. And what did I find inside? Something so different from what I expected, something so trivial and seemingly harmless, that it was not until I recalled the final words of Uncle David's memorandum that I realized its full import and the possibilities it suggested. In itself it was nothing but a minute magnifying glass, but when used in connection with what? Ah, that was just what Uncle David failed to say, possibly to know. Yet this was now the important point, the culminating fact which might lead to a full understanding of these many tragedies. Could I hope to guess what presented itself to Mr. Moore as a difficult, if not insolvable, problem? No, guessing would not answer. I must trust to the inspiration of the moment, which suggested with almost irresistible conviction the picture. That inane and seemingly worthless drawing over the fireplace in the Colonel's own, whose presence in so rich a room had always been a mystery. Why this object should have suggested itself to me, and with such instant conviction, I cannot readily say. Whether, from my position near the bed, the sight of this old drawing recalled the restless nights of all who had lain in face of its sickly smile, or whether some recollection of that secret law of the Moors, which forbade the removal of any of their pictures from the time-worn walls, or a remembrance of the curiosity which this picture excited in every one who looked at it, Francis Jeffrey among the number, I no sooner asked myself what object in this house might possibly yield counsel or suggest aid when subjected to the influence of a magnifying glass, Then the answer, which I have already given, sprang instantly into my mind. The picture. Greatly excited, I sprang upon a chair and took down the drawing from the wall and laid it face up on the bed. Then I placed the glass over one of the large coils surrounding the incipient face, and was startled enough, in spite of all mental preparation, to perceive the crinkly lines which formed it resolve themselves into script, and the script into words, some of which were perfectly legible. The drawing, simple as it looked, was a communication in writing to those who used a magnifying glass to read it. I could hardly contain my triumph, hardly find the self-control necessary to a careful study of its undulating and often conflicting lines, and to the slow picking out of the words therein contained. But when I had done this, and had copied the whole of the wandering scrawl on a page of my notebook, the result was of value. Read and judge for yourself. Coward that I am willing to throw upon posterity the shadow of a crime whose consequences I dare not incur in life. Confession I must make. To die and leave no record of my deed is impossible. Yet how tell my story so that only my own heirs may read, and they when at the crisis of their fate? I believe I have found the way by this drawing and the injunction I have left to the holders of the filigree ball. No man ever wished his enemy dead more than I did, and no man ever spent more cunning on the deed. Master in my own house, I contrived a device by which the man who held my fate in his hands fell on my library hearth, with no one near and no sign by which to associate me with the act. Does this seem like the assertion of a madman? Go to the old chamber familiarly called the Colonel's Own. Enter its closet, pull out its 2 drawers, and in the opening thus made, seek for the loophole at the back, through which, if you stoop low enough, you can catch a glimpse of the library hearth and its great settle. With these in view, slip your finger along the wall on your right, and when it touches an obstruction, pass it if it is a handle, for that is only used to rewind the apparatus, and must be turned from you until it can be turned no further. But if it is a depression you encounter, press, and press hard on the knob concealed within it. But beware when anyone you love is seated in that corner of the settle where the cushion invites rest, lest it be your fate to mourn and wail as it is mine to curse the hour when I sought to clear my way by murder. For the doom of the man of blood is upon me. The hindrance is gone from my life, but a horror has entered it beyond the conception of any soul that has not yielded itself to the unimaginable influences emanating from an accomplished crime. I cannot be content with having pressed that spring once. A mania is upon me, which, after 30 years of useless resistance and superhuman struggle, still draws me from bed and sleep to rehearse in ghastly fashion that deed of my early manhood. I cannot resist it. to tear out the deadly mechanism, unhinge weight and drum, and rid the house of every evidence of crime, would but drive me to shriek my guilt aloud and act in open pantomime what I now go through in fearsome silence and secrecy. When the hour comes, as come it must, that I cannot rise and enter that fatal closet, I shall still enact the deed in dreams, and shriek aloud in my sleep, and wish myself dead, and yet fear to die, lest my hell be to go through all eternity, slaying over and over my man, in ever-growing horror and repulsion. Do you wish to share my fate? Try to effect through blood a release from the difficulties menacing you. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 22. A Thread in Hand. There are moments which stand out with intense force and clearness in every man's life. Mine was the one which followed the reading of these lines, which were meant for a warning, but which in more than one case had manifestly served to open the way to a repetition of the very crime they deplored. I felt myself under the same fascination. I wanted to test the mechanism, to follow out then and there the instructions given with such short-sighted minuteness and mark the result. But a sense of decorum prevailed. It was clearly my duty to carry so important a discovery as this to the Major and subject myself to his commands before making the experiment suggested by the scroll I had so carefully deciphered. Besides, it would be difficult to carry out this experiment alone, and with no other light than that afforded by my lantern. Another man and more lights were needed. Influenced by these considerations, I restored the picture to its place and left the building. As I did so, the first signs of dawn became visible in the east. I had expended 3 hours in picking out the meaning concealed in the wavy lines of the old picture. I was early at headquarters that morning, but not so early as to find the superintendent alone. A group of men were already congregated about him in his small office, and when, on being admitted, I saw amongst them the district attorney, Durbin, and another famous detective, I instinctively knew what matter was under discussion. I was allowed to remain, possibly because I brought news in my face, possibly because the Major felt more kindly towards me than I thought. Though Durbin, who had been speaking, had at first sight of me shut his mouth like a trap, and even went so far as to drum an impatient protest with his fingers on the table before which he stood, neither the Major nor the district attorney turned an unkindly face toward me, and my amiable friend was obliged to accept my presence with what grace he could. There was with them a fourth man, who stood apart. On him the general attention had been concentrated at my entrance, and to him it now returned. He was an unpretentious person of kindly aspect. To anyone accustomed to Washington residents, he bore the unmistakable signs of being one of the many departmental employees whose pay is inadequate to the necessities of his family. Of his personal peculiarities I noted too. He blinked when he talked and stuttered painfully when excited. Notwithstanding these defects, he made a good impression and commanded confidence. This, I soon saw, was of importance, for the story he now entered upon was one calculated to make me forget my own errand and even to question my own convictions. The first intimation I received of the curious nature of his communication was through the following questions put to him by the Major. "You are sure this gentleman is identical with the one pointed out to you last night?" "Very sure, sir. I can swear to it." I omit all evidence of the defect in his speech above mentioned. "You recognize him positively?" "Positively. I should have picked him out with the same assurance if I had seen him in some other city and in a crowd of as fine-looking gentlemen as himself. His face made a great impression on me. You see, I had ample time to study it in the few minutes we stood so close together." "So you have said. Will you be kind enough to repeat the circumstance? I should like the man who has just come in to hear your description of this scene. Give the action, please. It is all very interesting." The stranger glanced inquisitively in my direction and turned to obey the superintendent. "I was returning to my home in Georgetown on the evening of May the 11th, the day of the great tragedy. My wife was ill, and I had been into town to see a physician and should have gone directly home, but I was curious to see how high the flood was running. You remember it was over the banks that night. So I wandered out on the bridge and came upon the gentleman about whom you have been questioning me. He was standing all alone, leaning on the rail thus." Here the speaker drew up a chair and, crossing his arms over its back, bent his head down over them. I did not know him, but the way he eyed the water leaping and boiling in a yellow flood beneath was not the way of a curious man like myself, but of one who was meditating some desperate deed. He was handsome and well dressed, but he looked a miserable wretch and was in a state of such complete self-absorption that he did not notice me, though I had stopped not 5 feet from his side. I expected to see him throw himself over, but instead of that he suddenly raised his head and, gazing straight before him, not at the heavy current, but at some vision in his own mind, broke forth in these words, spoken as I had never heard words spoken before. Here the speaker's stuttering got the better of him, and the district attorney had time to say, "What were these words? Speak them slowly. We have all the time there is." Instantly the man plucked up heart and, eyeing us all impressively, was able to say, "They were these: 'She must die, she must die.' No name, but just the one phrase twice repeated, 'She must die.' This startled me, and hardly knowing whether to lay hands on him or to turn about and run, I was moving slowly away when he drew his arms from the rail, like this, and, still staring into space, added, in the same hard and determined voice, this one word more: 'Tonight,' and wheeling about, passed me with one blank and wholly unconscious look and betook himself towards the city. As he went by, his lips opened for the third time. "Which means," he cried, between a groan and a shriek, "a bullet for her and—" I wish I had heard the rest, but he was out of my hearing before his sentence was finished. What time was this? As near 5:30 as possible. It was 6 when I reached home a few minutes later. Ah, he must have gone to the cemetery after this. I am quite sure of it. Why didn't you follow the man? Grumbled Durbin. It wasn't my business. He was a stranger and possibly mad. I didn't know what to do. What did you do? Went home and kept quiet. My wife was very ill that night, and I had my own cause for anxiety. You, however, read the papers next morning. No, sir, not for many days. My wife grew constantly worse, and for a week I did not leave her, not knowing but that every breath would be her last. I was dead to everything outside the sick room, and when she grew better, which was very gradually, we had to take her away, so that I had no opportunity of speaking of this occurrence to anyone till a week ago, when some remark, published in connection with Mrs. Jeffrey's death, recalled that encounter on the bridge. I told a neighbor that I believed the man I had seen there was Mr. Jeffrey, and we looked up the papers and ran over them till we came upon his picture. That settled it, and I could no longer, being free from home anxieties now, hold my tongue, and the police heard— That will do, Mr. Gelston, broke in the Major. When we want you again, we will let you know. Durbin, see Mr. Gelston out. I was left alone with the Major and the district attorney. There was a moment's silence, during which my own heart beat so loud that I was afraid they would hear it. Since taking up Miss Tuttle's cause, I had never really believed in Mr. Jeffrey's innocence, in spite of the alibi he had brought forward, and now I expected to hear these men utter the same conviction. The Major was the first to speak. Addressing the district attorney, he remarked— This will strengthen your case very materially. We have proof now that Mrs. Jeffrey's death was actually determined upon. If Miss Tuttle had not shot her, he would. I wonder if it was a relief to him on reaching his door to find that the deed was done. I could not suppress my surprise. Miss Tuttle, I repeated. Is it so unmistakably evident that Mr. Jeffrey did not get to the Moore house in time to do the shooting himself? The Major gave me a quick look. I thought you considered Miss Tuttle the guilty one. I felt that the time had come to show my colors. I have changed my mind, said I. I can give you no good reason for this. Something in the woman herself, I suppose. She does not look nor act like a criminal. While not desirous of raising myself in oppression to the judgment of those so greatly my superior in all respects, I have had this feeling, and I am courageous enough to avow it. And yet, if Mr. Jeffrey could not have left the cemetery gates and reached the Moore house in time to fulfill all the conditions of this tragedy, the case does look black against the woman. She admits to having been there when the pistol was fired, unless— Unless what? You have something new to tell us. That I have seen ever since you entered the room. What is it?" I cast a glance at the door. Should I be able to finish my story before Durbin returned? I thought it possible, and though still upset by the new evidence, which I could now see was not entirely in Miss Tuttle's favor, I spoke up with what spirit I might. "I have just come from spending another night in the Moore house. All the efforts heretofore made to exhaust its secrets have been founded upon a theory that has brought us nowhere. I had another in mind, and I was anxious to test it before resting from all further attempt to solve this riddle. And it has not failed me. By pursuing a clue apparently so trivial that I allowed it to go neglected for weeks, I have come upon the key to the many mysterious crimes which have defiled the library hearthstone. And where do you think it lies? Not in the hearthstone itself, and not in the floor under the settle. Not, in fact, in the library at all, but in the picture hanging upstairs in the southwest chamber." "The picture? That faded-out sketch fit only for the garret?" "Yes. To you and to most people surveying it, it is just what you say and nothing more. But to the initiated few, pray heaven they may have been few, it is writing, conveying secret instructions. The whole combination of curves which go to make up this sketch is a curious arrangement of words inscribed with the utmost care in the smallest of characters. Viewed with a magnifying glass, the uncertain outlines of a shadowy face, surmounted by a mass of piled-up hair, resolve themselves into lines of writing, the words of which are quite intelligible and full of grim and unmistakable purpose. I have read those lines, and what is more, I have transcribed them into plain copy. Will you read them? They contain a most extraordinary confession, a confession that was manifestly intended as a warning, but which unfortunately has had very different results. It may explain the death of the man from Denver, even if it cast no light upon the other inexplicable features of the remarkable case we are considering." As I spoke, I laid open on the table before me the transcription of which I spoke. Instantly the two men bent over it. When they looked up again, their countenances showed not excitement only, but appreciation, and in the 1 minute of triumph which I then enjoyed, all that had wounded or disturbed me in the past was forgotten. "You are a man in 1,000, was the Major's first enthusiastic comment, at which I was conscious of regretting, with very pardonable inconsistency, that Durbin had not returned in time to hear these words. The Major now proposed that we should go at once to the old house. A family secret like this does not crop up every day, even in a city so full of surprises as Washington. We will hunt for the spring under the closet drawers and see what happens, eh? And on our way there," here he turned to me, "I should like to hear the particulars concerning the little clue just mentioned. By the way, Mr. Jeffrey's interest in this old drawing is now explained. He knew its diabolical secret." This was self-evident, and my heart was heavy for Miss Tuttle, who seemed to be so deep in her brother-in-law's confidence. It grew still heavier when Durbin, joining us, added his incredulity to the air of suspicion assumed by the others. Through all the explanations I now entered into, I found myself inwardly repeating with somewhat forced iteration, "I will not believe her guilty under any circumstances. She carries the look of innocence, and innocent she must be proved, whatever the result may be to Francis Jeffrey." To such an extent I had been influenced by the lofty expression which I had once surprised on her face. Had Mr. David Moore been sitting open-eyed behind his vines that morning, he would have been much surprised to see so many of his natural enemies intrude on his property at so early an hour. But happily he had not yet risen, and we were able to enter upon our investigations without being watched or interrupted by him. Our first move was to go in a body to the southwest chamber, take down the picture, examine it with a magnifying glass, and satisfy ourselves that the words I had picked out of its mazy lines were really to be found there. This done and my veracity established, we next proceeded to the closet where, according to the instructions embodied in this picture, the secret spring was to be found by which some unknown and devilish machinery would be released in the library below. To my great satisfaction, the active part in this experiment was delegated to me. Durbin continued to be a mere looker-on. Drawing out the two large drawers from their place at the end of this closet, I set them aside. Then I hunted for and found the small loophole which we had been told afforded a glimpse of the library hearthstone, but seeing nothing through it, I called for a light to be placed in the room below. I heard Durbin go down, then the major, and finally the district attorney. Nothing could stay their curiosity now, not even the possibility of danger, which as yet was a lurking and mysterious one. But when a light shot up from below, and the irregular opening before me became a loophole through which I could catch a very wide glimpse of the library beneath, I found that it was not necessary for me to warn them to keep away from the hearth, as they were all clustered very near the door, a precaution not altogether uncalled for at so hazardous a moment. "Are you ready?" I called down. "Ready," rose in simultaneous response from below. "Then look out." Reaching for the spring cleverly concealed in the wall at my right, I vigorously pressed it. The result was instantaneous. Silently, but with unerring certainty, something small, round, and deadly fell plumb from the library ceiling to where the settle had formerly stood against the hearthstone. Finding nothing there but a vacancy to expend itself upon, it swung about for a moment on what looked like a wire or a whipcord, then slowly came to rest within a foot or so from the floor. A cry from the horrified officials below was what first brought me to myself. Withdrawing from my narrow quarters, I hastened down to them and added one more white face to the three I found congregated in the doorway. In the diabolical ingenuity we had seen displayed, crime had reached its acme, and the cup of human depravity seemed full. When we had regained in some measure our self-possession, we all advanced for a closer look at the murderous object dangling before us. We found it to be a heavy leaden weight, painted on its lower end to match the bosses of stucco work which appeared at regular intervals in the ornamentation of the ceiling. When drawn up into place, that is, when occupying the hole from which it now hung suspended, the portion left to protrude would evidently bear so small a proportion to its real bulk as to justify any eye in believing it to be the mate, and the harmless mate, of all the others. "It hangs just where the settle stood," observed Durbin significantly, "and just at the point where the cushions invite to rest, as the Colonel so suggestively puts it in his strange puzzle of a confession," added the district attorney. "Replace the old seat," ordered the major, "and let us make sure of this." Ready hands at once grasped it, and with some effort, I own, drew it carefully back into position. "You see," quoth Durbin. "We did." "Devilish," came from the major's lips. Then, with a glance at the ball which, pushed aside by the seat, now hung over its edge a foot or so from the floor, he added briskly, "The ball has fallen to the full length of the cord. If it were drawn up a little—" "Wait," I eagerly interposed. "Let me see what I can do with it." And I dashed back upstairs and into the closet of the Colonel's own. With a single peep down to see if they were still on the watch, I seized the handle whose position I had made sure of when searching for the spring, and began to turn, when instantly, so quick was the response, the long cord stiffened and I saw the ball rise into sight above the settle top. "Stop!" called the major. "Let go and press the spring again." I hastened to obey and, though the back of the settle hid the result from me, I judged from the look and attitude of those below that the old Colonel's calculations had been made with great exactness, and that the one comfortable seat on the rude and cumbersome bench had been so placed that this leaden weight in descending would, at the chosen moment, strike the head of him who sat there, inflicting death. That the weight should be made just heavy enough to produce a fatal concussion without damaging the skull was proof of the extreme care with which this subtle apparatus had been contrived. An open wound would have aroused questions, but a mere bruise might readily pass as a result of the victim's violent contact with the furnishings of the hearth toward which the shocked body would naturally topple. The fact that a modern jury had so regarded it shows how justified he was in this expectation. I was expending my wonder on this and on a new discovery which, with a very decided shock to myself, I had just made in the closet, when the command came to turn the handle again and to keep on turning till it would turn no further. I complied, but with a trembling hand, and though I did not watch the result, the satisfaction I heard expressed below was significant of the celerity and precision with which the weight rose, foot by foot, to the ceiling, and finally slunk snugly and without seeming jar into its lair. When, a few minutes later, I rejoined those below, I found them all, with eyes directed toward the cornice, searching for the hole through which I had just been looking. It was next to imperceptible, so naturally had it been made to fit in with the shadows of the scroll work, and even after I had discovered it and pointed it out to them, I found difficulty in making them believe that they really looked upon an opening. But when once convinced of this, the district attorney's remark was significant. "I am glad that my name is not Moore." The superintendent made no reply. His eye had caught mine, and he had become very thoughtful. One of the 2 candelabra belonging to the parlor mantel was found lying on that closet floor, he observed. "Somebody has entered there lately, as lately as the day when Mr. Pfeiffer was seated here." "Pardon me," I impetuously cried. "Mr. Pfeiffer's death is quite explained," and drawing forward my hand, which up to this moment I had held tight shut behind my back, I slowly unclosed it before their astonished eyes. A bit of lace lay in my palm, a delicate bit, such as is only worn by women in full dress. "Where did you find that?" asked the major, with the first show of deep emotion I have ever observed in him. My agitation was greater than his as I replied, "In the rough boarding under those drawers. Some woman's arm and hand has preceded mine in stealthy search after that fatal spring. A woman who wore lace, valuable lace." There was but one woman connected with this affair who rightly answered these conditions. The bride, Veronica Moore. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23, Part 1 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 23, Words in the Night. Part 1. Had I any premonition of the astounding fact thus suddenly and, I may say, dramatically revealed to us during the weeks I had devoted to the elucidation of the causes and circumstances of Mrs. Jeffrey's death? I do not think so. Nothing in her face, as I remembered it, nothing in the feeling evinced toward her by her husband or sister, had prepared me for a disclosure of crime so revolting as to surpass all that I had ever imagined or could imagine in a woman of such dainty personality and unmistakable culture. Nor was the superintendent or the district attorney less confounded by the event. Durbin only tried to look wise or strut about, but it was of no use. He deceived nobody. Veronica Moore's real connection with Mr. Pfeiffer's death, a death which in some inscrutable way had in so short a time led to her own, was an overwhelming surprise to every one of us. The superintendent, as was natural, recovered first. "This throws quite a new light upon the matter," said he. "Now we can understand why Mr. Jeffrey uttered that extraordinary avowal overheard on the bridge. She must die. She had come to him with blood on her hands." It seemed incredible, nay more, unreal. I recalled the sweet, refined face turned up to me from the bare boards of this same floor, the accounts I had read of the vivacity of her spirits and the wild charm of her manner, till the shadow of this old house fell upon her. I marveled, still feeling myself in the dark, still clinging to my faith in womankind, still asking to what depth her sister had followed her in the mazes of crime we were forced to recognize but could not understand. Durbin had no such feelings and no such scruples, as was shown by the sarcastic comment which now left his lips. "So," he cried, "we have to do with 3 criminals instead of 2. Nice family, the Moore Jeffreys." But no one paid any attention to him. Addressing the major, the district attorney asked when he expected to hear from Denver, adding that it had now become of the first importance to ascertain the exact relations existing between the persons under suspicion and the latest victim of this deadly mechanism. The major's answer was abrupt. He had been expecting a report for days. He was expecting one yet. If it came in at any time, night or day, he was to be immediately notified. Word might be sent him in an hour, in a minute. Were his remarks a prophecy? He had hardly ceased speaking when an officer appeared with a telegram in his hand. This the major eagerly took, and noting that it was in cipher, read it by means of the code he carried in his pocket. Translated, it ran thus: Result of open inquiry in Denver. 3 brothers Pfeiffer, all well thought of, but plain in their ways and eccentric. One doing business in Denver, died June 97. One perished in Klondike, October same year, and one, by name Wallace, died suddenly 3 months since in Washington. Nothing further gained by secret inquiry in this place. Result of open inquiry in Owasso. A man named Pfeiffer kept a store in Owasso during the time V.M. attended school there. He was one of 3 brothers home Denver, name Wallace. Simultaneously with V.M.'s leaving school, P. broke up business and at instigation of his brother William, who accompanied him, went to the Klondike. No special relation between lady and this same P ever noted. V.M. once heard to laugh at his awkward ways. Result of secret inquiry in Owasso. V.M. very intimate with schoolmate who has since died. Often wrote together. Once gone a long time. This was just before V.M. left school for good. Date same as that on which a marriage occurred in a town 20 miles distant. Bride Antoinette Moore, groom W. Pfeiffer of Denver, witness young girl with red hair. Schoolmate had red hair. Had V.M. a middle initial, and was that initial A? We all looked at each other. This last question was one none of us could answer. "Go for Mr. Jeffrey at once," ordered the major, "and let another one of you bring Miss Tuttle. No word to either of what has occurred, and no hint of their possible meeting here." It fell to me to fetch Miss Tuttle. I was glad of this, as it gave me a few minutes by myself in which to compose my mind, and adjust my thoughts to the new conditions opened up by the amazing facts which had just come to light. But beyond the fact that Mrs. Jeffrey had been answerable for the death which had occurred in the library at the time of her marriage, that in the words of the district attorney, she had come to her husband with blood on her hands, my thoughts would not go. Confusion followed the least attempt to settle the vital question of how far Miss Tuttle and Mr. Jeffrey had been involved in the earlier crime, and what the coming interview with these two would add to our present knowledge. In my anxiety to have this question answered, I hastened my step and was soon at the door of Miss Tuttle's present dwelling place. I had not seen this lady since the inquest, and my heart beat high as I sat awaiting her appearance in the dim little parlor where I had been seated by the person who held her under secret surveillance. The scene I had just been through, the uncertain nature of the relations held by this beautiful woman both toward the crime just discovered and the one long associated with her name, lent to these few moments of anticipation an emotion which poorly prepared me for the touching sight of the patient smile with which she presently entered. But I doubt if she noticed my agitation. She was too much swayed by her own. Advancing upon me in all the unconscious pride of her great beauty, she tremulously remarked, "You have a message for me. Is it from headquarters? Or has the district attorney still more questions to ask?" "I have a much more trying errand than that," I hastened to say, with some idea of preparing her for an experience that could not fail to be one of exceptional trial. "For reasons which will be explained to you by those in greater authority than myself, you are wanted at the house where—" I could not help stammering under the light of her melancholy eyes. "Where I saw you once before," I lamely concluded. "The house in Waverley Avenue?" she objected wildly, with the first signs of positive terror I had ever beheld in her. I nodded, dropping my eyes. What call had I to penetrate the conscience of this woman? "Are they there, all there?" she presently asked again. "The police and Mr. Jeffrey?" "Madam," I respectfully protested, "my duty is limited to conducting you to the place named. A carriage is waiting. May I beg that you will prepare yourself to go at once to Waverley Avenue?" For answer, she subjected me to a long and earnest look, which I found it impossible to evade. Then she hastened from the room, but with very unsteady steps. Evidently the courage which had upborne her so long was beginning to fail. Her very countenance was changed. Had she recognized, as I meant she should, that the secret of the Moore house was no longer a secret confined to her own breast and to that of her unhappy brother-in-law? When she returned ready for her ride, this change in her spirits was less observable, and by the time we had reached the house in Waverley Avenue, she had so far regained her old courage as to move and speak with the calmness of despair, if not of mental serenity. The Major was awaiting us at the door and bowed gravely before her heavily veiled figure. "Miss Tuttle," he asked, without any preamble, the moment she was well inside the house, "may I inquire of you here, and before I show you what will excuse us for subjecting you to the distress of entering these doors, whether your sister, Mrs. Jeffrey, had any other name or was ever known by any other name than that of Veronica?" She was christened Antoinette as well as Veronica, but the person in whose memory the former name was given her was no honor to the family, and she very soon dropped it and was only known as Veronica. "Oh, what have I done?" she cried, awed and frightened by the silence which followed the utterance of these simple words. No one answered her. For the first time in her presence, the minds of those who faced her were with another than herself. The bride, the unhappy bride, no maiden but a wife, nay, a wife one minute, a widow the next, and then again a newly wedded bride, before the husband lying below was cold. What wonder that she shrank when her new-made bridegroom's lips approached her own, or that their honeymoon was a disappointment, or that the shadow which fell upon her on that evil day never left her till she gave herself wholly up to its influence and returned to die on the spot made awful by her own crime. Before any of us were quite ready to speak, a tap at the door told us that Durbin had arrived with Mr. Jeffrey. When they had been admitted, and the latter saw Miss Tuttle standing there, he, too, seemed to realize that a turn had come in their affairs, and that courage rather than endurance was the quality most demanded from him. Facing the small group clustered in the dismal hall, fraught with such unutterable associations, he earnestly prayed, "Do not keep me in suspense. Why am I summoned here?" The reply was as grave as the occasion warranted. "You are summoned to learn the murderous secret of these old walls, and who it was that last made use of it. Do you feel inclined to hear these details from my lips, or are you ready to state that you already know the means by which so many persons, in times past as well as in times present, have met death here? We do not require you to answer us." "I know the means," he allowed, recognizing without doubt that the crisis of crises had come, and that denial would be worse than useless. "Then it only remains for us to acquaint you with the identity of the person who last pressed the fatal spring. But perhaps you know that too." He paused. Words were impossible to him, and in that pause his eyes flashed helplessly in the direction of Miss Tuttle. But the Major was quick on his feet and was already between him and that lady. This act forced from Mr. Jeffrey's lips the following broken sentence: "I should like you to tell me—" Great gasps came with each heavily spoken word. "Perhaps this morsel of lace will do it in a gentler manner than I could," responded the district attorney, opening his hand, in which lay the scrap of lace that, an hour or so before, I had plucked away from the boarding of that fatal closet. Mr. Jeffrey eyed it and understood. His hands went up to his face and he swayed to the point of falling. Miss Tuttle came quickly forward. "Oh," she moaned, as her eyes fell on the little white shred. "The providence of God has found us out. We have suffered, labored, and denied in vain." "Yes," came in dreary echo from the man none of us had understood till now. "So great a crime could not be hid. God will have vengeance. What are we that we should hope to avert it by any act or at any cost?" The Major, with his eyes fixed piercingly on this miserable man, replied with one pregnant sentence. "Then you forced your wife to suicide?" "No," he began, but before another word could follow, Miss Tuttle, resplendent in beauty and beaming with new life, broke in with the fervid cry, "You wrong him and you wrong her by such a suggestion. It was not her husband, but her conscience that forced her to this retributive act. What Mr. Jeffrey might have done, had she proved obdurate and blind to the enormity of her own guilt, I do not know, but that he is innocent of so influencing her is proved by the shock he suffered at finding she had taken her punishment in her own hands." "Mr. Jeffrey will please answer the question," insisted the Major, whereupon the latter, with great effort, but with the first appearance of real candour yet seen in him, said earnestly, "I did nothing to influence her. I was in no condition to do so. I was benumbed, dead. When she first told me, it was in some words muttered in her sleep. I thought she was laboring under some fearful nightmare, but when she persisted and I questioned her and found the horror true, I was like a man turned instantly into stone, save for one intolerable throb within. I am still so. Everything passes by me like a dream. She was so young, seemingly so innocent and light-hearted. I loved her. Gentlemen, you have thought me guilty of my wife's death. This young fairy-like creature to whom I ascribed all the virtues. And I was willing that you should think so, willing even to face the distrust and opprobrium of the whole world. And so was her sister, the noble woman whom you see before you, rather than that the full horror of her crime should be known, and a name so dear be given up to execration. We thought we could keep up the secret. We felt that we must keep the secret. We took an oath, in French, in the carriage with the detectives opposite us. She kept it, God bless her. I kept it. But it was all useless. A tiny bit of lace is found hanging to a lifeless splinter, and all our efforts, all the hopes and agony of weeks are gone for naught. The world will soon know of her awful deed, and He still loved her. That was apparent in every look, in every word he uttered. We marvelled in awkward silence, and were glad when the Major said, "The deed, as I take it, was an unpremeditated one on her part. Is that why her honor was dearer to you than your own, and why you could risk the reputation if not the life of the woman who you say sacrificed herself to it?" "Yes, it was unpremeditated. She hardly realized her act. If you must know her heart through all this dreadful business, we have her words to show you. Words which she spent the last miserable day of her life in writing. The few lines which I showed the captain, and which have been published to the world, was an enclosure meant for the public eye. The real letter, telling the whole terrible truth, I kept for myself and for the sister, who already knew her sin. Oh, we did everything we could. And he again moaned. But it was in vain, quite in vain. End of chapter 23, part 1. Chapter 23, Part 2 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 23, Part 2. There were no signs of subterfuge in him now, and we all, unless I except Durbin, began to yield him credence. Durbin never gives credence to anybody whose name he has once heard associated with crime. And this Pfeiffer was contracted to her, a man she had secretly married while a schoolgirl, and who at this very critical instant had found his way to the house. You shall read her letter. It was meant for me only, but you shall see it. I cannot talk of him or of her crime. It is enough that I have been unable to think of anything else since first those dreadful words fell from her lips in sleep, 36 hours before she died. Then, with the inconsistency of great anguish, he suddenly broke forth into the details he shrank from, and cried, "She muttered, lying there, that she was no bigamist, that she had killed one husband before she married the other, killed him in the old house, and by the method her ancestors had taught her. And I, risen on my elbow, listened, with the sweat oozing from my forehead, but not believing her, oh, not believing her, any more than any one of you would believe such words uttered in a dream by the darling of your heart. But when, with a long-drawn sigh, she murmured, 'Murderer,' and raised her fists, tiny fists, hands which I had kissed 1,000 times, and shook them in the air, an awful terror seized me, and I sought to grasp them and hold them down, but was hindered by some nameless inner coil under which I could not speak, nor gasp, nor move. Of course it was some dream horror she was laboring under, a nightmare of unimaginable acts and thoughts, but it was one to hold me back, and when she lay quiet again and her face resumed its old sweetness in the moonlight, I found myself staring at her almost as if it were true. What she had said, that word, that awful word which no woman could use with regard to herself, even in dreams, unless something, an echo from the discordant chord in our 2 weeks' married life, rose like the confirmation of a doubt in my shocked and rebellious breast. From that hour till dawn, nothing in that slowly brightening room seemed real, not her face lying buried in its youthful locks upon the pillow, not the objects well known and well prized by which we were surrounded, not myself, most of all not myself, unless the icy dew oozing from the roots of my lifted hair was real, unless that shape, fearsome, vague but persistent, which hovered in the shadows above us, drawing a line of eternal separation between me and my wife, was a thing which could be caught and strangled, and oh, I rave, I chatter like a madman, but I did not rave that night, nor did I rave when, in the bright, broad sunlight, her eyes slowly unclosed, and she started to see me bending so near her, but not with my usual kiss or glad good morning. I could not question her then, I dared not. The smile which slowly rose to her lips was too piteous. It showed confidence. I waited till after breakfast. Then, while she was seated where she could not see my face, I whispered the question, "Do you know that you have had a horrible dream?" She shrieked and turned. I saw her face and knew that what she had uttered in her sleep was true. I have no remembrance of what I said to her. She tried to tell me how she had been tempted and how she had not realized her own act, till the moment I bent down to kiss her lips as her husband. But I did not stop to listen. I could not. I flew immediately to Miss Tuttle with the violent demand as to whether she knew that her sister was already a wife when she married me, and when she cried out "No!" and showed great dismay, I broke forth with the dreadful tale, and cowered in unmanly anguish at her feet, and went mad and lost myself for a little while. Then I went back to my wretched wife and asked her how the awful deed had been done. She told me, and again I did not believe her, and began to look upon it all as some wild dream, or the distempered fancies of a disordered brain. This thought calmed me, and I spoke gently to her, and even tried to take her hand. But she herself was raving now, and clung about my knees, murmuring words of such anguish and contrition that my worst fears returned, and, only stopping to take the key of the Moore house from my bureau, I left the house and wandered madly, I know not where. I did not go back that day. I could not face her again till I knew how much of her confession was fancy and how much was fact. I roamed the streets, carrying that key from one end of the city to the other, and at night I used it to open the house which she had declared contained so dreadful a secret. I had bought candles on my way there, but, forgetting to take them from the store, I had no light with which to penetrate the horrible place that even the moon refused to illumine. I realized this when once in, but would not go back. All I have told about using matches to light me to the southwest chamber is true. Also my coming upon the old candelabrum there, with a candle in one of its sockets. This candle I lit, my sole reason for seeking this room being my desire to examine the antique sketch, for the words which she had said could be found there. I had failed to bring a magnifying glass with me, but my eyes are phenomenally sharp. Knowing where to look, I was able to pick out enough words here and there in the lines composing the hair to feel quite sure that my wife had neither deceived me nor been deceived as to certain directions being embodied there in writing. Shaken in my last lingering hope, but not yet quite convinced that these words pointed to outrageous crime, I flew next to the closet and drew out the fatal drawer. You have been there and know what the place is, but no one but myself can ever realize what it was for me, still loving, still clinging to a wild, inconsequent belief in my wife, to grope in that mouth of hell for the spring she had chatted about in her sleep, to find it, press it, and then hear, down in the dark of the fearsome recess, the sound of something deadly strike against what I took to be the cushions of the old settle standing at the edge of the library hearthstone. I think I must have fainted, for when I found myself possessed of sufficient consciousness to withdraw from that hole of death, the candle in the candelabrum was shorter by an inch than when I first thrust my head into the gap made by the removed drawers. In putting back the drawers, I hit the candelabrum with my foot, upsetting it and throwing out the burning candle. As the flames began to lick the worm-eaten boarding of the floor, a momentary impulse seized me to rush away and leave the whole place to burn. But I did not. With a sudden frenzy, I stamped out the flame, and then, finding myself in darkness, groped my way downstairs and out. If I entered the library, I do not remember it. Some lapses must be pardoned a man involved as I was. But the fact which you dismiss so lightly is an important one, insisted the Major. We must know positively whether you entered this room or not. I have no recollection of doing so. Then you cannot tell us whether the little table was standing there with the candelabrum upon it, or... I can tell you nothing about it. The Major, after a long look at this suffering man, turned toward Miss Tuttle. You must have loved your sister very much, he sententiously remarked. She flushed, and for the first time her eyes fell from their resting place on Mr. Jeffrey's face. I loved her reputation, was her quiet answer, and the rest died in her throat. But we all, such of us I mean, who were possessed of the least sensibility or insight, knew how that sentence sounded as finished in her heart. And I loved him who asked this sacrifice of me. Yet was her conduct not quite clear. And to save that reputation, you tied the pistol to her wrist? Insinuated the Major. No, was her vehement reply. I never knew what I was tying to her. My testimony in that regard was absolutely true. She held the pistol concealed in the folds of her dress. I did not dream, I could not, that she was contemplating any such end to the atrocious crime to which she had confessed. Her manner was too light, too airy, and too frivolous, a manner adopted, as I now see, to forestall all questions and hold back all expressions of feeling on my part. Tie these hanging ends of ribbon to my wrist, were her words. Tie them tight, a knot under and a bow on top. I'm going out. There, don't say anything. What you want to talk about will keep till tomorrow. For one night more I am going to make merry, to enjoy myself. She was laughing. I thought her horribly callous and trembled with such an unspeakable repulsion that I had difficulty in making the knot. To speak at all would have been impossible. Neither did I dare to look in her face. I was touching the hand and she kept on laughing, such a hollow laugh covering up such an awful resolve. When she turned to give me that last injunction about the note, this resolve glared still in her eyes. And you never suspected? Not for an instant. I did not do justice either to her misery or to her conscience. I fear that I have never done her justice in any way. I thought her light, pleasure-loving. I did not know that it was assumed to hide a terrible secret. Then you had no knowledge of the contract she had entered into while a schoolgirl? Not in the least. Another woman and not myself had been her confidant, a woman who has since died. No intimation of her first unfortunate marriage had ever reached me until Mr. Jeffrey rushed in upon me that Tuesday morning with her dreadful confession on his lips. The district attorney, who did not seem quite satisfied on a certain point passed over by the major, now took the opportunity of saying, "You assure us that you had no idea that this once light-hearted sister of yours meditated suicide when she left you?" "And I repeat it, sir." "Then why did you immediately go to Mr. Jeffrey's drawer, where you could have no business, unless it was to see if she had taken his pistol with her?" Miss Tuttle's head fell and a soft flush broke through the pallor of her cheek. "Because I was thinking of him. Because I was terrified for him. He had left the house the morning before in a half-maddened condition and had not come back to sleep or eat since. I did not know what a man so outraged in every sacred feeling of love and honor might be tempted to do. I thought of suicide. I remembered the old house and how he had said, 'I don't believe her. I don't believe she ever did so cold-blooded an act, or that any such dreadful machinery is in that house. I never shall believe it till I have seen and handled it myself. It is a nightmare, Cora. We are insane.' I thought of this, sirs, and when I went into her room to change the place of the little note in the book, I went to his bureau drawer, not to look for the pistol. I did not think of that then, but to see if the keys of the Moore house were still there. I knew that they were kept in this drawer, for I had been present in the room when they were first brought in after the wedding. I had also been short-sighted enough to conclude that if they were gone, it was he who had taken them. They were gone, and that was why I flew immediately from the house to the old place in Waverley Avenue. I was concerned for Mr. Jeffrey. I feared to find him there, demented or dead." "But you had no key?" "No. Mr. Jeffrey had taken one of them and my sister the other. But my lack of a key or even of a light, for the missing candles were not taken by me, could not keep me at home after I was once convinced that he had gone to this dreadful house. If I could not get in, I could at least hammer at the door or rouse the neighbors. Something must be done. I did not think what. I merely flew." Footnote: We afterwards found that these candles were never delivered at the house at all, that they had been placed in the wrong basket and left in a neighboring kitchen. "Did you know that the house had 2 keys?" "Not then." "But your sister did?" "Probably." "And finding the only key, as you supposed, gone, you flew to the Moore house?" "Immediately." "And now what else?" "I found the door unlocked." "That was done by Mrs. Jeffrey?" Yes, but I did not think of her then. And you went in? Yes, it was all dark, but I felt my way till I came to the gilded pillars. Why did you go there? Because I knew, if he were anywhere in that house, he would be there. And why did you stop? Her voice rose above its usual quiet pitch in shrill protest. You know, I heard a pistol shot from within, then a fall. I don't remember anything else. They say I went wandering about town. Perhaps I did. It is all a blank to me. Everything is a blank, till the policeman said that my sister was dead, and I learned for the first time that the shot I heard in the Moore house was not the signal of his death, but hers. Had I been myself when at that library door, she added, after a moment of silence, I would have rushed in at the sound of that shot and have received my sister's dying breath. Cora! The cry was from Mr. Jeffrey and seemed to be quite involuntary. In the weeks during which we have been kept from speaking together, I have turned all these events over in my mind till I longed for any respite, even that of the grave. But in all my thinking I never attributed this motive to your visit here. Will you forgive me? There was a new tone in his voice, a tone which no woman could hear without emotion. You had other things to think of, she said, and her lips trembled. Never have I seen on the human face a more beautiful expression than I saw on hers at that moment, nor do I think Mr. Jeffrey had either, for as he marked it, his own regard softened almost to tenderness. The Major had no time for sentimentalities. Turning to Mr. Jeffrey, he said, One more question before we send for the letter which you say will give us a full insight into your wife's crime. Do you remember what occurred on the bridge at Georgetown just before you came into town that night? He shook his head. Did you meet anyone there? I do not know. Can you remember your state of mind? I was facing the future. And what did you see in the future? Death. Death for her and death for me. A crime was on her soul and she must die, and if she, then myself. I knew no other course. I could not summon the police, point out my bride of a fortnight and, with the declaration that she had been betrayed into killing a man, coldly deliver her up to justice. Neither could I live at her side knowing the guilty secret which parted us, or live anywhere in the world under this same consciousness. Therefore I meant to kill myself before another sun rose. But she was more deeply stricken with a sense of her own guilt than I realized. When I returned home for the pistol, which was to end our common misery, I found that she had taken her punishment into her own hands. This strangely affected me, but when I found that, in doing this, she had remembered that I should have to face the world after she was gone, and so left a few lines for me to show an explanation of her act, my revolt against her received a check which the reading of her letter only increased. But the lines she thus wrote and left were not true lines. All her heart was mine, and if it was a wicked heart, she has atoned. He paused, quite overcome. Others among us were overcome too, but only for a moment. The following remark from the district attorney soon recalled us to the practical aspects of the case. You have accounted for many facts not hitherto understood, but there is still a very important one which neither yourself nor Miss Tuttle has yet made plain. There was a candle on the scene of crime. It was out when this officer arrived here. There was also one found burning in the upstairs room, aside from the one you professedly used in your tour of inspection there. Whence came those candles? And did your wife blow out the one in the library herself, previous to the shooting, or was it blown out afterwards and by other lips? These are questions which, as I have already said, I have no means of answering, repeated Mr. Jeffrey. The courage which brought her here may have led her to supply herself with light, and, hard as it is to conceive, she may even have found nerve to blow out the light before she lifted the pistol to her breast. The district attorney and the major looked unconvinced, and the latter, turning toward Miss Tuttle, asked if she had any remark to make on this subject. But she could only repeat Mr. Jeffrey's statement. These are questions I cannot answer either. I have said that I stopped at the library door, which means that I saw nothing of what passed within. Here the major asked where Mrs. Jeffrey's letter was to be found. It was Mr. Jeffrey who replied, "Search in my room for a book with an outside cover of paper still on it. You will probably find it on my table. The inner cover is red. Bring that book here. Our secret is hidden in it." Durbin disappeared on this errand. I followed him as far as the door, but I did not think it necessary to state that I had seen this book lying on the table when I paid my second visit to Mr. Jeffrey's room in company with the coroner. The thought that my hand had been within reach of this man's secret so many weeks before was sufficiently humiliating without being shared. End of chapter 23, part 2. Chapter 24 of The Filigree Ball by Anna Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 24. Tantalizing Tactics. I made my way to the front door, but returned almost immediately. Drawing the major aside, I whispered a request, which led to a certain small article being passed over to me, after which I sauntered out on the stoop just in time to encounter the spruce but irate figure of Mr. Moore, who had crossed from the opposite side. "Ah," said I, "good morning," and made him my most deferential bow. He glared, and Rudge glared from his place on the farther curb. Evidently the police were not in favor with the occupants of the cottage that morning. "When is this to cease?" he curtly demanded. "When are these early morning trespasses upon an honest citizen's property coming to an end? I wake with a light heart, expecting that my house, which is certainly as much mine as is any man's in Washington, would be handed over this very day for my habitation, when what do I see? One police officer leaving the front door and another sunning himself in the vestibule. How many more of you are within, I do not presume to ask. Some half-dozen, no doubt, and not one of you smart enough to wind up this matter and have done with it." "Oh, I don't know about that," I drawled, and looked very wise. His curiosity was aroused. "Anything new?" he snapped. "Possibly," I returned, in a way to exasperate a saint. He stepped on the porch beside me. I was too abstracted to notice I was engaged in eyeing Rudge. "Do you know," said I, after an instant of what I meant should be one of uncomfortable suspense on his part, "that I have a greater respect than ever for that animal of yours since learning the very good reason he has for refusing to cross the street?" "Huh, what's that?" he asked, with a quick look behind him at the watchful brute straining toward him with nose over the gutter. "He sees farther than we can. His eyes penetrate walls and partitions," I remarked. Then, carelessly and with the calm drawing forth of a folded bit of paper which I held out toward him, I added, "By the way, here's something of yours." His hand rose instinctively to take it, then dropped. "I don't know what you mean," he remarked. "You have nothing of mine." "No? Then John Judson Moore had another brother." And I thrust the paper back into my pocket. He followed it with his eye. It was the memorandum I had found in the old book of memoirs plucked from the library shelf within, and he recognized it for his and saw that I did also. But he failed to show the white feather. "You are good at ransacking," he observed. "Pity that it cannot be done to more purpose." I smiled and made a fresh start. With my hand thrust again into my pocket, I remarked, without even so much as a glance at him, "I fear that you do some injustice to the police. We are not such bad fellows, neither do we waste as much time as you seem to think." And drawing out my hand, with the little filigree ball in it, I whirled the latter innocently round and round on my finger. As it flashed under his eye, I cast him a penetrating look. He tried to carry the moment off successfully. I will give him so much credit. But it was asking too much of his curiosity, and there was no mistaking the eager glitter which lighted his glance as he saw within his reach this article which a moment before he had probably regarded as lost forever. "For instance," I went on, watching him furtively, though quite sure from his very first look that he knew no more now of the secret of this little ball than he knew when he jotted down the memorandum I had just pocketed before his eyes. "A little thing, such a little thing as this," I repeated, giving the bauble another twist, "may lead to discoveries such as no common search would yield in years. I do not say that it has, but such a thing is possible. You know, who better?" My nonchalance was too much for him. He surveyed me with covert dislike and dryly observed, "Your opportunities have exceeded mine, even with my own effects. That pretty trinket which you have presumed to flaunt in my face, and of whose value I am the worst judge in the world, since I have never had it in my hand, descended to me with the rest of Mrs. Jeffrey's property. Your conduct, therefore, strikes me in the light of an impertinence, especially as no one could be supposed to have more interest than myself in what has been for many years recognized as a family talisman." "Ah," I remarked, "you own to the memorandum, then. It was made on the spot, but without the benefit of the talisman." "I own to nothing," he snapped. Then, realizing that denial in this regard was fatal, he added more genially, "What do you mean by memorandum? If you mean that recapitulation of old-time mysteries and their accompanying features with which I once whiled away an idle hour, I own to it, of course. Why shouldn't I? It is only a proof of my curiosity in regard to this old mystery, which every member of my family must feel. That curiosity has not been appeased. If it would not be indiscreet on your part, may I now ask if you have found out what that little golden ball of mine, which you sport so freely before my eyes, is to be used in connection with?" "Read the papers," I said. "Read tomorrow's papers, Mr. Moore, or better still, tonight's. Perhaps they will inform you." He was as angry as I had expected him to be, but as this ire proved conclusively that his strongest emotion had been curiosity rather than fear, I felt assured of my ground and turned to re-enter the house. Mr. Moore did not accompany me. The Major was standing in the hall. The others had evidently retreated to the parlor. "The man opposite knows what he knows," said I, "but this does not include the facts concerning the picture in the southwest chamber or the devilish mechanism." "You are sure?" "As positive as one of my inexperience can be. But, Major, I am equally positive that he knows more than he should of Mrs. Jeffrey's death. I am even ready to state that, in my belief, he was in the house when it occurred." "Has he acknowledged this?" "Not at all." "Then what are your reasons for this belief?" "There are many." "Will you state them?" "Gladly, if you will pardon the presumption. Some of my conclusions cannot be new to you. The truth is that I have possibly seen more of this old man than my duty warranted, and I feel quite ready to declare that he knows more of what has taken place in this house than he is ready to avow. I am sure that he has often visited it in secret and knows about a certain broken window as well as we do. I am also sure that he was here on the night of Mrs. Jeffrey's suicide. He was too little surprised when I informed him of what had happened not to have had some secret inkling of it beforehand, even if we had not the testimony of the lighted candle and the book he so hurriedly replaced. Besides, he is not the man to drag himself out at night for so simple a cause as the one which he endeavored to impose upon us. He knew what we should find in this house." "Very good. If Mr. Jeffrey's present explanations are true, these deductions of yours are probably correct. But Mr. Moore's denial has been positive. I fear that it will turn out a mere question of veracity." "Not necessarily," I returned. "I think I see a way of forcing this man to acknowledge that he was in or about this house on that fatal night." "You do?" "Yes, sir. I do not want to boast, and I should be glad if you did not oblige me to confide to you the means by which I hope to bring this out. Only give me leave to insert an advertisement in both evening and morning papers, and in 2 days I will report failure or success." The Major eyed me with an interest that made my heart thrill. Then he quickly said, "You have earned the privilege. I will give you 2 days." At this moment Durbin reappeared. As I heard his knock and turned to open the door for him, I cast the Major an entreating if not eloquent look. He smiled and waved his hand with friendly assurance. The state of feeling between Durbin and myself was evidently well known to him. My enemy entered with a jaunty air, which changed ever so slightly when he saw me in close conference with the superintendent. He had the book in his pocket. Taking it out, he handed it to the Major with this remark: "You won't find anything there. The gent's been fooling you." The Major opened the book, shook it, looked under the cover, found nothing, and crossed hastily to the drawing-room. We as hastily followed him. The district attorney was talking with Miss Tuttle. Mr. Jeffrey was nervously pacing the floor. The latter stopped as we all entered, and his eyes flashed to the book. "Let me take it," said he. "It is absolutely empty," remarked the Major. "The letter has been abstracted, probably without your knowledge." "I do not think so," was Mr. Jeffrey's unexpected retort. "Do you suppose that I would entrust a secret for the preservation of which I was ready to risk life and honor to the open pages of a book? When I found myself threatened with all sorts of visits from the police and realized that at any moment my effects might be ransacked, I sought a hiding place for this letter which no man without superhuman insight could discover. Look." And, pulling off the outside wrapper, he inserted the point of his penknife under the edge of the paper lining the inside cover and ripped it off with a jerk. "I pasted this here myself," he cried, and showed us where between this paper and the boards, in a place thinned out to hold it, there lay a number of folded sheets, which, with a deep sigh, he handed over to the Major's inspection. As he did so, he remarked, "I had rather have died any natural death than have had my miserable wife's secret known. But since the crime has come to light, this story of her sin and her repentance may serve in some slight degree to mitigate public opinion. She was sorely tempted and she succumbed. The crime of her ancestors was in her blood." He again walked off. The Major unfolded the sheets. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25, Part 1 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 25. Who will tell the man inside there? Part 1. Later I saw this letter. It was like no other that has ever come under my eye. Written at intervals as her hand had power or her misery found words, it bore on its face all the evidences of that restless, suffering spirit which for 36 hours drove her in frenzy about her room and caused Loretta to sigh in her effort to describe her mistress's face as it appeared to her at the end of this awful time. It was as if a blight had passed over it. Once gay and animated beyond the power of anyone to describe, it had become a ghost's face, with the glare of some awful resolve upon it. I give this letter just as it was written, disjointed paragraphs, broken sentences, unfinished words and all. The breaks show where she laid down her pen, possibly for that wild pacing of the floor which left such unmistakable signs behind it. It opens abruptly. "I killed him. I am all that I said I was, and you can never again give me a thought save in the way of cursing and to bewail the day I came into your life. But you cannot hate me more than I hate myself, my wicked self, who, seeing an obstacle in the way to happiness, stamped it out of existence, and so forfeited all right to happiness forever. It was so easy. Had it been a hard thing to do, had it been necessary to lay hand on knife or lift a pistol, I might have realized the act and paused. But just a little spring which a child's hand could manage, who, feeling for it, could help pressing it if only to see. I was always a reckless girl, mad for pleasure and without any thought of consequences. When school bored me, I took all my books out of my desk, called upon my mates to do the same, and stacking them up into a sort of rostrum in a field where we played, first delivered an oration from them, in which reverence for my teachers had small part, then tore them into pieces and burned them in full sight of my admiring schoolfellows. I was dismissed, but not with disgrace. Teachers and scholars bewailed my departure, not because they liked me or because of any good they had found in me, but because my money had thrown lustre on them and on the whole establishment. This was when I was 12, and it was on account of this reckless escapade that I was sent west and kept so long from home and all my flatterers. My guardian meant well by this, but in saving me from one pitfall, he plunged me into another. I grew up without Cora and also without any idea of the requirements of my position or what I might anticipate from the world when the time came for me to enter it. I knew that I had money, so did those about me, but I had little or no idea of the amount, nor what that money could do for me when I returned to Washington. So in an evil day, and when I was just 18, I fell in love, or thought I did, with a man. Oh, Francis, imagine it, now that I have seen you, of sufficient attraction to satisfy one whose prospects were limited to a contracted existence in some small town, but no more fitted to content me after seeing Washington life than if he had been a common farmhand or the most ordinary of clerks in a country store. But I was young, ignorant, and self-willed, and thought because my cheek burned under his look that he was the man of men and suited to be my husband. That is, if I thought at all, which is not likely, for I was in a feverish whirl and just followed the impulse of the moment, which was to be with him whenever I could without attracting the teacher's attention. And this, alas, was only too often, for he was the brother of one of our storekeepers, a visitor in Owasso, and often in the store where we girls went. Why the teachers did not notice how often we needed things there, I do not know, but they did not, and matters went on, and I cannot write of those days, and you do not want to hear about them. They seem impossible to me now, and almost as if it had all happened to someone else, so completely have I forgotten the man, except as the source and cause of an immeasurable horror. Yet he was not bad himself, only ordinary and humdrum. Indeed, I believe he was very good in ways, or so his brother once assured me. We would not have been married in the way we were if he had not wanted to go to the Klondike for the purpose of making money and making it quickly, so that his means might match mine. I do not know which of us two was most to blame for that marriage. He urged it because he was going so far away and wanted to be sure of me. I accepted it because it seemed to be romantic and because it pleased me to have my own way in spite of my hard old guardian and the teachers who were always prying about and the girls who went silly over him, for he was really handsome in his way, and who thought, at least many of them did, that he cared for them when he cared only for me. I have hated black eyes for a year. He had black eyes. I forgot Cora, or rather, I did not let any remembrance of her hinder me. She was a very shadowy person to me in those days. I had not seen her since we were both children, and as for her letters, they were almost a bore to me. She lived such a different life from mine, and wrote of so many things I had no interest in. On my knees I ask her pardon now. I never understood her. I never understood myself. I was light as thistledown and blown by every breeze. There came a gust one day which blew me into the mouth of hell. I am hovering there yet and am sinking, Francis, sinking. Save me. I love you. I... It was all planned by him. I have no head for such things. Sadi helped him. Sadi was my friend, but Sadi had not much to say about it, for he seemed to know just how to arrange it all so that no one at the seminary should know or even suspect what had occurred till we got ready to tell them. He did not even take his brother into his confidence, for Wallace kept store and gossiped very much with his customers. Besides, he was very busy just then selling out, for he was going to the Klondike with William, and he had too much on his mind to be bothered, or so William said. All this I must tell you, or you will never understand the temptation which assailed me when, having returned to Washington, I awoke to my own position and the kind of men whom I could now hope to meet. I was the wife, oh, the folly of it! But this was known to so few, and those were so far removed, and one even, my friend Sadi, being dead. Why not ignore the miserable secret ceremony and cheat myself into believing myself free, and enjoy this world of pleasure and fashion as Cora was enjoying it, and trust? Trust what? Why the Klondike, that swallower up of men? Why shouldn't it swallow one more? Oh, I know that it sounds hateful, but I was desperate. I had seen you. I had one letter from him after he reached Alaska, but that was before I left Owasso. I never got another, and I never wrote to him. He told me not to do so until he could send me word how and where to write, but when these directions came, my heart had changed, and my only wish was to forget his existence. And I did forget it, almost. I rode and danced with you, and went hither and yon, lavishing money and time and heart on the frivolities which came in my way, calling myself Veronica, and striving by these means to crush out every remembrance of the days when I was known as Antoinette, and Antoinette only. For the Klondike was far and its weather bitter, and men were dying there every day, and no letters came. I used to thank God for this, and I need not think, not yet, whither I was tending. One thing only made me recall my real position. That was when your eyes turned on mine, your true eyes, so bright with confidence and pride. I wanted to meet them full, and when I could not, I suddenly knew why, and suffered. Do you remember the night when we stood together on the balcony at the Ocean View house, and you laid your hand on my arm and wondered why I persisted in looking at the moon instead of into your expectant face? It was because the music then being played within recalled another night and the pressure of another hand on my arm, a hand whose touch I hoped never to feel again, but which at that moment was so much more palpable than yours that I came near screaming aloud and telling you in one rush of maddened emotion my whole abominable secret. I did not accept your attentions, nor agree to marry you without a struggle. You know that. You can tell, as no one else can, how I held back and asked for time, and still more time, thus grieving you and tearing my own breast, till a day came. You remember the day when you found me laughing like a madwoman in a circle of astonished friends. You drew me aside and said words which I hardly waited for you to finish, for at last I was free to love you, free to love and free to say so. The morning paper had brought news. A telegraphic dispatch from Seattle told how a man had struggled into Nome, frozen, bleeding and without a countermance or companion. It was with difficulty he had kept his feet and turned in at the first tent he came to. Indeed, he had only time to speak his name before he fell dead. This name was what made this dispatch important to me. It was William Pfeiffer. For me there was but one William Pfeiffer in the Klondike, my husband, and he was dead. That was why you found me laughing, but not in mirth. I am not so bad as that, but because I could breathe again without feeling a clutch about my throat. I did not know till then how nearly I had been stifled. We were not long in marrying after that. I was terrified at delay, not because I feared any contradiction of the report which had given this glorious release, but because I dreaded lest some hint of my early folly should reach you and dim the pride with which you regarded me. I wanted to feel myself yours so closely and so dearly that you would not mind if anyone told you that I had once cared, or thought I had cared, for another. The week of our marriage came. I was mad with gaiety and ecstatic with hope. Nothing had occurred to mar my prospects. No letter from Denver, no memento from the Klondike, no word even from Wallace, who had gone north with his brother. Soon I should be called wife again, but by lips I loved, and by whose language my heart thrilled. The past, always vague, would soon be no more than a forgotten dream, an episode quite closed. I could afford from this moment on to view life like other girls and rejoice in my youth and the love which every day was becoming more and more to me. But God had his eye upon me, and in the midst of my happiness and the hurry of our final preparations, his bolt fell. It struck me while I was at don't laugh, rather shudder, at the dressmaker's shop in 14th Street. I was leaning over a table, chattering like a magpie over the way I wanted a gown trimmed, when my eye fell on a scrap of newspaper in which something had come rolled to Madame. It was torn at the edge, but on the bit lying under my eyes I saw my husband's name, William Pfeiffer, and that the paper was a Denver one. There was but one William Pfeiffer in Denver, and he was my husband. And I read, feeling nothing. Then I read again, and the world, my world, went under from my feet, For the man who had fallen dead in the camp at Nome was Wallace, William's brother, and not William himself. William had been left behind on the road by his more energetic brother, who had pushed on for succor through the worst storm and under the worst conditions possible, even in that God-forsaken region. With the lost one in mind, the one word that Wallace uttered in sight of rescue was William. A hope was expressed of finding the latter alive, and a party had started out. Did I read more? I do not think so. Perhaps there was no more to read. Here was where the paper was torn across. But it was no matter. I had seen enough. It was Wallace who had fallen dead, and while William might have perished also, and doubtless had, I had no certainty of it. And my wedding day was set for Thursday. Why didn't I tell Cora? Why didn't I tell you? Pride held my tongue. Besides, I had had time to think before I saw either of you, and to reason a bit, and to feel sure that if Wallace had been spent enough to fall dead on reaching the camp, William could never have survived on the open road. For Wallace was the stronger of the two, and the most hardy every way. Free I certainly was. Some later paper would assure me of this. I would hunt them up and see, but I never did. I do not think I dared. I was afraid I should see some account of his rescue. I was afraid of being made certain of what was now but a possibility, and so I did nothing. But for 3 nights I did not sleep. The caprice which had led me to choose the old Moor house to be married in led me to plan dressing there on my wedding morning. It was early when we started, Cora and I, for Waverley Avenue, but not too early for the approaches to that dreadful house to be crowded with people eager to see the daring bride. Why I should have shrunk so from that crowd I cannot say. I trembled at sight of their faces and at the sound of their voices, and if by chance a head was thrust forward farther than the rest, I cowered back instinctively and nearly screamed. Did I dread to recognize a too familiar face? The paper I had seen bore a date 6 months back. A man could arrive here from Alaska in that time. Or was my conscience aroused at last and clamoring to be heard when it was too late? On the corner of N Street, the carriage suddenly stopped. A man had crossed in front of it. I caught one glimpse of this man, and instantly the terrors of a lifetime were concentrated into one instant of agonizing fear. It was William Pfeiffer. I knew the look, I knew the gait. He was gone in a moment and the carriage rolled on. But I knew my doom as well that minute as I did an hour later. My husband was alive and he was here. He had escaped the perils of the Klondike and wandered east to reclaim his recreant wife. There had been time for him to do this since the rescue party left home in search of him. Time for him to recover, time for him to reach home, time for him to reach the east. He had heard of my wedding, it was in all the papers, and I should find him at the house when I got there, and he would know, and Cora would know, and the wedding would stop, and my name be made a byword the world over. Instead of the joy awaiting me a moment since, I should have to go away with him into some wilderness or distant place of exile, where my maiden name would never be heard, and all the memories of this year of stolen delights be effaced. Oh, it was horrible, and all in a minute, and Cora sat there, pale and calm and beautiful as an angel, beaming on me with tender eyes whose expression I have never understood. Hell in my heart, and she, in happy ignorance of this, brooding over my joy and smiling to herself while the soft tears rose. End of chapter 25, part 1. Chapter 25, part 2 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 25, part 2. You were waiting at the curb when I arrived, and I remember how my heart stood still when you laid your hand on the carriage door and confronted me with that light on your face I had never seen disturbed since we first pledged ourselves to marry. Would he see it too and come forward from the secret place where he held himself hidden? Was I destined to behold a struggle in the streets, an unseemly contest of words in sight of the door I had expected to enter so joyously? In terror of such an event, I seized the hand which seemed my one refuge in this hour of mortal trouble, and hastened into the house which, for all its doleful history, had never received within its doors a heart more burdened or rebellious. As this thought rushed over me, I came near crying out, "The house of doom, the house of doom." I had thought to brave its terrors and its crimes, and it has avenged itself. But instead of that, I pressed your hand with mine and smiled. Oh God, if you could have seen what lay beneath that smile. For with my entrance beneath those fatal doors, a thought had come. I remembered my heritage. I remembered how I had been told by my father when I was a very little girl, I presume when he first felt the hand of death upon him, that if I was ever in great trouble, very great trouble, he had said, where no deliverance seemed possible, I was to open a little golden bowl which he showed me, and take out what I should find inside, and hold it close up before a picture which had hung from time immemorial in the southwest corner of this house. He could not tell me what I should encounter there, this I remember his saying, but something that would assist me, something which had passed with good effect from father down to child for many generations. Only, if I would be blessed in my undertakings, I must not open the golden bowl nor endeavor to find out its mystery, unless my trouble threatened death or some great disaster. Such a trouble had indeed come to me, and, startling coincidence, I was at this moment in the very house where this picture hung, and, more startling fact yet, the golden ball needed to interpret its meaning was around my neck, for with such jealousy was this family trinket always guarded by its owner. Why then not test their combined effect? I certainly needed help from some quarter. Never would William allow me to be married to another while he lived. He would yet appear, and I should need thus great assistance, great enough to be transmitted from father to son, as none of the Moores had needed it yet, though what it was I did not know and did not even try to guess. Yet when I got to the room I did not drag out the filigree ball at once, nor even take more than one fearful sidelong look at the picture. In drawing off my glove I had seen his ring, the ring you had once asked about. It was such a cheap affair, the only one he could get in that obscure little town where we were married. I lied when you asked me if it was a family jewel, lied but did not take it off, perhaps because it clung so tightly, as if in remembrance of the vows it symbolized. But now the very sight of it gave me a fright. With his ring on my finger I could not defy him and swear his claim to be the false dream of a man maddened by his experiences in the Klondike. It must come off. Then perhaps I should feel myself a free woman. But it would not come off. I struggled with it and tugged in vain. Then I bethought me of using a nail file to sever it. This I did, grinding and grinding at it till the ring finally broke and I could wrench it off and cast it away out of sight and, as I hoped, out of my memory also. I breathed easier when rid of this token, yet choked with terror whenever a step approached the door. I was clad in my bridal dress, but not in my bridal veil or ornaments, and naturally Cora, and then my maid, came to assist me. But I would not let them in. I was set upon testing the secret of the Filigree ball, and so preparing myself for what my conscience told me lay between me and the ceremony arranged for high noon. I did not guess that the studying of that picture would take so long. The contents of the ball turned out to be a small magnifying glass, and the picture a maze of written words. I did not decipher it all. I did not decipher the half. I did not need to. A spirit of divination was given me in that awful hour, which enabled me to grasp its full meaning from the few sentences I did pick out. And that meaning... It was horrible, inconceivable. Murder was taught, but murder from a distance, and by an act so simple to awake revulsion. Were the wraiths of my two ancestors who had played with the spring hidden in the depth of this old closet drawn up in mockery beside me during the hour when I stood spellbound in the middle of the floor, thinking of what I had just read and listening for something less loud than the sound of carriages now beginning to roll up in front, or the stray notes of the band tuning up below? Less loud, but meaning what? A step into the empty closet yawning so near, an effort with a drawer, do not ask me to recall it. I did not shudder when the moment came and I stood there. Then I was cold as marble. But I shudder now in thinking of it, till soul and body seem separating, and the horror which envelops me gives me such a foretaste of hell that I wonder I can contemplate the deed which, if it releases me from this earthly anguish, will only plunge me into a possibly worse hereafter. Yet I shall surely take my life before you see me again, and in that old house. If it is despair I feel, then despair will take me there. If it is repentance, then repentance will suffice to drive me to the one expiation possible to me, to perish where I caused an innocent man to perish, and so relieve you of a wife who was never worthy of you, and whom it would be your duty to denounce if she let another sun rise upon her guilt. I did not stand there long between the wraiths of my murderous ancestors. A message was shouted through the door, a message for which my ears had been strained in dreadful anticipation for the last 2 hours. A man named Pfeiffer wanted to see me before I went down to be married. A man named Pfeiffer. I looked closely at the boy who delivered this message. He showed no excitement, nor any feeling greater than impatience at being kept waiting a minute or so at the door. Then I glanced beyond him at the people chatting in the hall. No alarm there, nothing but a very natural surprise that the bride should keep so big a crowd waiting. I felt that this fixed the event. He who had sent me this quiet message was true to himself and to our old compact. He had not published below what would have set the house in an uproar in a moment. He had left his secret to be breathed into my ear alone. I could recall the moment he passed me his word and his firm look as he said, with his hand lifted to heaven, "You have been good to me and given me your precious self while I was poor and a nobody. In return, I swear to keep our marriage a secret till great success shows me to be worthy of you, or till you with your own lips express forgiveness for my failure and grant me leave to speak. Nothing but death or your permission shall ever unseal my lips." When I heard that he was dead, I feared lest he might have spoken, but now that I had seen him alive, I knew that in no other breast, save his, my own, and that of the unknown minister in an almost unknown town, dwelt any knowledge of the fact which stood between me and the marriage which all these people had come here to see. My confidence in his rectitude determined me. Without conscious emotion, without fear even, the ending of suspense had ended all that, I told the boy to seat the gentleman in the library. Then, I am haunted now, I am haunted always, by one vision, horrible but persistent. It will not leave me. It rises between us now. It has stood between us ever since I left that house, with the seal of your affection on my lips. Last night it terrified me into unconscious speech. I dreamt that I saw again, and plainly, what I caught but a shadowy glimpse of in that murderous hour, a man's form seated at the end of the old settle, with his head leaning back in silent contemplation. His face was turned the other way. I thanked God for that. No, I did not thank God. I never thought of God in that moment of my blind feeling about for a chink and a spring in the wall. I thought only of your impatience and the people waiting and the pleasure of days to come when, free from this intolerable bond, I could keep my place at your side and bear your name unreproved and taste to the full the awe and delight of a passion such as few women ever feel, because few women were ever loved by a man like you. Had my thoughts been elsewhere, my fingers might have forgotten to fumble along that wall, and I had been simply wretched today, and innocent. Oh, where in God's universe can I be made innocent again, and fit to look in your face and to love, heart-breaking thought, even to love you again? To turn and turn a miserable crank after those moments of frenzied action and silence, that was the hard part, that was what tried my nerve and first robbed me of calmness. But I dared not leave that fearful thing dangling there. I had to wind. The machinery squeaked, and its noise seemed to fill the house, but no one came, nor did the door below open. Sometimes I wished that it had. I should not then have been lured on, and you would not have become involved in my ruin. I have heard many say that I looked radiant when I came down to be married. The radiance was in their thoughts, or if my face did shine, and if I moved as if treading on air, it was because I had triumphed over all difficulties and could pass down to the altar without fear of that interrupting voice crying out, "I forbid, she is mine. The wife of William Pfeiffer cannot wed another." No such words could be dreaded now. The lips which might have spoken them were dumb. I forgot that fleshless lips gibber loudest, and that a lifetime, long or short, lay before me, in which to hear them mumble and squeak their denunciation and threats. Oh, but I have been wretched. At ball and dinner and dance, those lips have been ever at my ear, but most when we have sat alone together, most then, oh, most then. He is avenged, but you, who will avenge you, and where will you ever find happiness? To blot myself from your memory, I would go down deeper into the vale of suffering than ever I have gone yet. But no, do not quite forget me. Remember me as you saw me one night, the night you took the flower out of my hair and kissed it, saying that Washington held many beautiful women, but that none of them save myself had ever had the power to move your inmost heartstrings. Ah, low was your voice, and eloquent your eyes that hour, and I forgot, for a moment I forgot, everything but this pure love, and the heartbeat it called up, and the hope, never to be realized, that I should live to hear you repeat the same sweet words in our old age, in just such a tone and with just such a look. I was innocent at that moment, innocent and good. I am willing that you should remember me as I was that night. When I think of him lying cold and dead in the grave I myself dug for him, my heart is like stone. But when I think of you, I am afraid to die, but I am more afraid of failing in courage. I shall have the pistol tied to me. This will make it seem inevitable to use it. Oh, that the next 24 hours could be blotted out of time. Such horror cannot be. I was born for joy and gaiety, yet no dismal depth of misery and fear has been spared me. But all on account of my own act. I do not accuse God, I do not accuse man, I only accuse myself and my thoughtless grasping after pleasure. I want Cora to read this as well as you. She must know me dead as she never knew me living. But I cannot tell her that I have left a confession behind me. She must come upon it unexpectedly, just as I mean you to do. Only thus can it reach either of you with any power. If I could but think of some excuse for sending her to the book where I propose to hide it, that would give her a chance of reading it before you do, and this would be best. She may know how to prepare or comfort you. I hope so. Cora is a noble woman, but the secret which kept my thoughts in such a whirl has held us apart. You did what I asked. You found a place for rancher's waiter in the volunteer corps. Surprised as you were at the interest I expressed in him, you honored my first request and said nothing. Would you have shown the same anxious eagerness if you had known why I whispered those few words to him from the carriage door? Why I could neither rest nor sleep till he and the other boy were safely out of town? I must leave a line for you to show to people if they should wonder why I killed myself so soon after my seemingly happy marriage. You will find it in the same book with this letter. Someone will tell you to look in the book. I cannot write any more. I cannot help writing. It is all that connects me now with life and with you, but I have nothing more to say except, forgive. Forgive. Do you think that God looks at his wretched ones differently from what men do? That he will have tenderness for one so sorry? That he will even find place? But my mother is there, my father. Oh, that makes it fearful to go, to meet. But it was my father who led me into this, only he did not know. There, I will think only of God. Goodbye, goodbye, good. That was all. It ended as it began, without name and without date, the final heart-throbs of a soul awakened to its own act when it was quite too late. A piteous memorial which daunted each one of us as we read it, and when finished, drew us all together in the hall, out of the sight and hearing of the two persons most intimately concerned in it. Possibly because all had one thought, a thrilling one, which the Major was the first to give utterance to. The man she killed was buried under the name of Wallace. How's that if he was her husband, William? An officer we had not before noted was standing near the front door. He came forward at this and placed a second telegram in the superintendent's hand. It was from the same source as the one previously received, and appeared to settle this very question. I have just learned that the man married was not the one who kept the store in Owasso, but his brother, William, who afterward died in Klondike. It is Wallace whose death you are investigating. What snarl is here? Asked the Major. I think I understand, I ventured to put in. Her husband was the one left on the road by the brother who staggered into camp for aid. He was a weak man, the weaker of the two, she said, and probably died, while Wallace, after seemingly collapsing, recovered. This last she did not know, having failed to read the whole of the newspaper slip which told about it, and so when she saw someone with the Pfeiffer air and figure, and was told later that a Mr. Pfeiffer was waiting to see her, she took it for granted that it was her husband, believing positively that Wallace was dead. The letter, moreover, may have changed to look more like his brother in the time that had elapsed. A possible explanation which adds greatly to the tragic aspects of the situation. She was probably a widow when she touched the fatal spring. Who will tell the man inside there? It will be his crowning blow. End of chapter 25, part 2. Chapter 26 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 26. Rudge. I never saw any good reason for my changing the opinion just expressed. Indeed, as time went on and a further investigation was made into the life and character of those two brothers, I came to think that not only had the unhappy Veronica mistaken the person of Wallace Pfeiffer for that of her husband William, but also the nature of the message he sent her and the motives which actuated it, that the interview which he so peremptorily demanded before she descended to her nuptials would, had she but understood it properly, have yielded her an immeasurable satisfaction, instead of rousing in her alarmed breast the criminal instincts of her race. That it was meant to do this, that he, knowing William's secret, a secret which the latter naturally would confide to him at a moment so critical as that which witnessed their parting in the desolate Klondike Pass, had come, not to reproach her with her new nuptials, but to relieve her mind, in case she cherished the least doubt of her full right to marry again, by assurances of her husband's death and of her own complete freedom. To this he may have intended to add some final messages of love and confidence from the man she had been so ready to forget, but nothing worse. Wallace Pfeiffer was incapable of anything worse, and if she had only resigned herself to her seeming fate and consented to see this man. But to return to fact and leave speculation to the now doubly wretched Geoffrey. On the evening of the day which saw our first recognition of this crime as the work of Veronica Moore, the following notice appeared in the Star and all the other local journals. Any person who positively remembers passing through Waverley Avenue between N and M Streets on the evening of May the 11th, at or near the hour of 7:15, will confer a favor on the detective force of the district by communicating the same to F at the police headquarters in C Street. I was F, and I was soon deep in business, but I was readily able to identify those who came from curiosity, and as the persons who had really fulfilled the conditions expressed in my advertisement were few, an evening and a morning's work sufficed to sift the whole matter down to the one man who could tell me just what I wanted to know. With this man I went to the Major, and as a result we all met later in the day at Mr. Moore's door. This gentleman looked startled enough when he saw the number and character of his visitors, but his grand air did not forsake him, and his welcome was both dignified and cordial. But I did not like the way his eye rested on me. But the slight venom visible in it at that moment was nothing to what he afterwards displayed when, at a slight growl from Rudge, who stood in an attitude of offence in the doorway beyond, I drew the attention of all to the dog by saying sharply, "There is our witness, sirs. There is the dog who will not cross the street even when his master calls him, but crouches on the edge of the curb and waits with eager eyes but immovable body till that master comes back. Isn't that so, Mr. Moore? Have I not heard you utter more than one complaint in this regard?" "I cannot deny it," was the stiff reply. "But what—" I did not wait for him to finish. "Mr. Corrigan," I asked, "is this the animal you gassed between the hours of 7 and 8 in the evening of May the 11th, crouching in front of this house with his nose to the curbstone?" "It is. I noted him particularly. He seemed to be watching the opposite house." Instantly I turned upon Mr. Moore. "Is Rudge the dog to do that?" I asked, "if his master were not there? Twice I have myself seen him in the same place and with the self-same air of expectant attention, and both times you had crossed to the house which you acknowledge he will approach no nearer than the curb on this side of the street." "You have me," was the short reply with which Mr. Moore gave up the struggle. "Rudge, go back to your place. When you are wanted in the courtroom, I will let you know." The smile with which he said this was sarcastic enough, but it was sarcasm directed mainly against myself. We were not surprised when, after some sharp persuasion on the part of the major, he launched into the following recital of his secret relation to what he called the last tragedy ever likely to occur in the Moore family. "I never thought it wrong to be curious about the old place. I never thought it wrong to be curious about its mysteries. I only considered it wrong, or at all events ill-judged, to annoy Veronica in regard to them, or to trouble her in any way about the means by which I might effect an entrance into its walls. So I took the one that offered and said nothing. I have visited the old house many times during my sojourn in this little cottage. The last time was, as one of your number has so ably discovered, on the most memorable night in its history, the one in which Mrs. Jeffrey's remarkable death occurred there. The interest roused in me by the unexpected recurrence of the old fatality attending the library hearthstone reached its culmination when I perceived one night the glint of a candle burning in the southwest chamber. I did not know who was responsible for this light, but I strongly suspected it to be Mr. Jeffrey. For who else would dare to light a candle in this disused house without first seeing that all the shutters were fast? I did not dislike Mr. Jeffrey or question his right to do this. Nevertheless, I was very angry. Though allied to a Moore, he was not one himself, and the difference in our privileges affected me strongly. Consequently, I watched till he came out, and upon positively recognizing his figure, vowed in my wrath and jealous indignation to visit the old house myself on the following night and make one final attempt to learn the secret which would again make me the equal of this man, if not his superior. It was early when I went. Indeed, it was not quite dark, but knowing the gloom of those old halls and the almost impenetrable nature of the darkness that settles over the library, the moment the twilight sets in, I put in my pocket 2 or 3 candles, sirs, about which you have made such a coil. My errand was twofold. I wanted first to see what Mr. Jeffrey had been up to the night before, and next to spend an hour over a certain book of old memoirs, which in recalling the past might explain the present. You remember a door leading into the library from the rear room. It was by this door I entered, bringing with me from the kitchen the chair you afterwards found there. I knew where the volume of memoirs I speak of was to be found. You do too, I see, for it was my hand which had placed it in its present concealment. Quite determined to reread such portions of it as I had long before marked as pertinent to the very attempt I had in mind, I brought in the candelabrum from the parlor and drew out a table to hold it. But I waited a few moments before taking down the book itself. I wanted first to learn what Mr. Jeffrey had been doing upstairs the night before. So leaving the light burning in the library, I proceeded to the southwest chamber, holding an unlit candle in my hand, the light feebly diffused through the halls from some upper windows being sufficient for me to see my way. But in the chamber itself all was dark. The wind had not yet risen, and the shutter which a half-hour later moved so restlessly on its creaking hinges hugged the window so tightly that I imagined Mr. Jeffrey had fastened it the night before. Looking for some receptacle in which to set the candle I now lit, I failed to find anything but an empty tumbler, so I made use of that. Then I glanced about me, but seeing nothing worth my attention, Mrs. Jeffrey's wedding fixings did not interest me, and everything else about the room looking natural except the overturned chair, which struck me as immaterial. I hurried downstairs again, leaving the candle burning behind me in case I should wish to return aloft after I had refreshed my mind with what had been written about this old room. Not a sound disturbed the house as I seated myself to my reading in front of the library shelves. I was as much alone under that desolate roof as mortals could be with men anywhere within reach of them. I enjoyed the solitude and was making a very pretty theory for myself on a scrap of paper I tore from another old book when a noise suddenly rose in front, which, slight as it was quite unmistakable to ears trained in listening. Someone was unlocking the front door. Naturally, I thought it to be Mr. Jeffrey returning for a second visit to his wife's house, and knowing what I might expect if he surprised me on the premises, I restored the book hastily to its place and as hastily blew out the candle. Then, with every intention of flight, I backed toward the door by which I had entered. But some impulse stronger than that of escape made me stop just before I reached it. I could see nothing, the place was dark as Tophet, but I could listen. The person, Mr. Jeffrey or some other, was coming my way and in perfect darkness. I could hear the faltering steps, the fingers dragging along the walls, then a rustle as of skirts, proving the intruder to be a woman, a fact which greatly surprised me, then a long-drawn sigh or a gasp. The last determined me. The situation was too intense for me to leave without first learning who the woman was who in terror and shrinking dared to drag her half-resisting feet through these empty halls and into a place cursed with such unwholesome memories. I did not think of Veronica. No one looks for a butterfly in the depth of a dungeon. But I did think of Miss Tuttle, that woman of resolute will. Without attempting to imagine the reasons for her presence, I stood my ground and hearkened till the heavy mahogany door at the other end of the room began to swing in by jerks under the faint and tremulous push of a terrified hand. Then there came silence, a long silence, followed by a moan so agonized that I realized that whatever was the cause of this panting woman's presence here, it was due to no mere errand of curiosity. This whetted my purpose. Anything done in this house was in a way done to me, so I remained quiet and watched. But the sounds which now and then came from the remote corner upon which my attention was concentrated were very eloquent. I heard sighs and bitter groans, with now and then a murmured prayer broken by a low wailing in which I caught the name of Francis. And still, possibly on account of the utterance of this name, I thought the woman near me to be Miss Tuttle, and even went so far as to imagine the cause of her suffering, if not the nature of her retribution. Words succeeded cries, and I caught phrases expressive of fear and some sort of agonized hesitation. Once these broken ejaculations were interrupted by a dull sound. Something had dropped to the bare floor. We shall never know what it was, but I have no doubt that it was the pistol, and that the marks of dust to be found on the connecting ribbon were made by her own fingers in taking it again in her hand. You will remember that these same fingers had but a few minutes previous groped their way along the walls. For her voice soon took a different tone, and such unintelligible phrases as these could be heard issuing from her partly paralyzed lips. I can never meet his eye again alive. He would despise, brave enough to, another's blood, coward, when, own, oh God, forgive. Then another silence during which I almost made up my mind to interfere, when a loud report and a flash so startling and unexpected that I recoiled, during which the room leaped into sudden view. She too, Veronica, with baby face drawn and set like a woman's, then darkness again and a heavy fall which shook the floor, if not my hard old heart. The flash and that fall enlightened me. I had just witnessed the suicide of the last Moor saving myself, a suicide for which I was totally unprepared, and one which I do not yet understand. I did not go over to her. She was as dead when she fell as she ever would be. In the flash which lit everything, I had seen where the pistol was pointed. Why disturb her then? Nor did I return upstairs. I had small interest now in anything but my own escape from a situation more or less compromising. Do you blame me for this? I was her heir, and I was where I had no legal right to be. Do you think that I was called upon to publish my shame and tell how I lingered there while my own niece shot herself before my eyes? That shot made me a millionaire. This certainly was excitement enough for one day. Besides, I did not leave her there neglected. I notified you later, after I had got my breath and had found some excuse. That wasn't enough? I see that you are all models of courage and magnanimity. You would have laid yourself open to every reproach rather than let a little necessary perjury pass your lips. But I am no model. I am simply an old man who has been too hardly dealt with for 70 long years to possess every virtue. I made a mistake, I see it now. Trusted a dog when I shouldn't. But if Rudge had not seen ghosts, well, what now? We had, one and all, with an involuntary impulse, turned our backs upon him. "What are you doing?" he hotly demanded. "Only what all Washington will do tomorrow, and afterwards the whole world," gravely returned the Major. Then, as an ejaculation escaped the astonished millionaire, he impressively added, "A perjury which allows an innocent man and woman to remain under the suspicion of murder for 5 weeks is one which not only the law has a right to punish, but which all society will condemn. Henceforth you will find yourself under a ban, Mr. Moore." Footnote: Time amply verified this prophecy. Mr. Moore is living in great style in the Moore house, and drives horses which are conspicuous even in Washington. but no one accepts his invitations, and he is as much of a recluse in his present mansion as he ever was in the humble cottage in which his days of penury were spent. End of footnote. My story ends here. The matter never came before the grand jury. Suicide had been proved, and there the affair rested. Of myself, it is enough to add that I sometimes call in Durban to help me in a big case. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Filigree Ball by Katharine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Crln. Chapter 27. You have come, you have sought me. These are some words from a letter written a few months after the foregoing by one Mrs. Edward Truscott to a friend in New York. Edinburgh, May 7th, 1900. Dear Louisa, you have always accused me of seeing more and hearing more than any other person of your acquaintance. Perhaps I am fortunate in that respect. Certainly I have been favored today with an adventure of some interest which I make haste to relate to you. Being anxious to take home with me some sketches of the exquisite ornamentation in the Roslyn Chapel, about which I wrote you so enthusiastically the other day, I took advantage of Edward's absence this morning to visit the place again, and this time alone. The sky was clear and the air balmy, and as I approached the spot from the nearby station, I was not surprised to see another woman straying quietly about the exterior of the chapel, gazing at walls which, interesting as they are but a rough shell hiding the incomparable beauties within. I noticed this lady. I could not help it. She was one to attract any eye. Seldom have I seen such grace, such beauty, and both infused by such melancholy. Her sadness added wonderfully to her charm, and I found it hard enough to pass her with the single glance allowable to a stranger, especially as she gave evidence of being one of my own countrywomen. However, I saw no alternative, and once within the charmed edifice, forgot everything in the congenial task I had set for myself. For some reason the chapel was deserted at this moment by all but me. As the special scroll work I wanted was in a crypt down a short flight of steps at the right of the altar, I was completely hidden from view to anyone entering above, and was enjoying both my seclusion and the opportunity it gave me of carrying out my purpose unwatched, when I heard a light step above, and realized that the exquisite beauty which had so awakened my admiration had at last found its perfect setting. Such a face amid such exquisite surroundings was a rare sight, and interested as I always am in artistic effects, I was about to pocket pencil and pad and make my way up to where she moved among the carved pillars, when I heard a soft sigh above and caught the rustle of her dress as she sat down upon a bench at the head of the steps near which I stood. Somehow that sigh deterred me. I hesitated to break in upon a melancholy so invincible that even the sight of all this loveliness could not charm it away, and in that moment of hesitation something occurred above which fixed me to my place in irrepressible curiosity. Another step had entered the open door of the chapel. A man's step, eager and with a purpose in it, eloquent of something deeper than a mere tourist's interest in this loveliest of interiors. The cry which escaped her lips, the tone in which he breathed her name in his hurried advance, convinced me that this was a meeting of two lovers after a long heartbreak, and that I should mar the supreme moment of their lives by intruding into it the unwelcome presence of a stranger. So I lingered where I was, and thus heard what passed between them at this moment of all moments in their lives. It was she who spoke first. "Francis, you have come, you have sought me." To which he replied in choked accents which yet could not conceal the inexpressible elation of his heart. "Yes, I have come, I have sought you. Why did you fly? Did you not see that my whole soul was turning to you as it never turned even to her in the best days of our unshaken love, and that I could never rest till I found you and told you how the eyes which have once been blind enjoy a passion of seeing unknown to others, a passion which makes the object seem so dear, so dear." He paused, perhaps to look at her, perhaps to recover his own self-possession, and I caught the echo of a sigh of such utter content and triumph from her lips that I was surprised when in another moment she exclaimed in a tone so thrilling that I am sure no common circumstances had separated this pair. "Have we a right to happiness while she— Oh, Francis, I cannot. She loved you. It was her love for you which drove her—" "Cora," came with a sort of loving authority, "we have buried our erring one, and passionately as I loved her, she is no more mine, but God's. Let her woeful spirit rest. You who suffered, supported, who sacrificed all that woman holds dear to save what, in the nature of things, could not be saved, have more than right to happiness if it is in my power to give it to you. I, who have failed in so much, but never in anything more than in not seeing where true worth and real beauty lay. Cora, there is but one hand which can lift the shadow from my life. That hand I am holding now. Do not draw it away. It is my anchor, my hope. I dare not confront life without the promise it holds out. I should be a wreck." His emotion stopped him, and there was silence. Then I heard him utter solemnly, as befitted the place, "Thank God!" And I knew that she had turned her wonderful eyes upon him, or nestled her hand in his clasp, as only a loving woman may. The next moment I heard them draw away and leave the place. Do you wonder that I long to know who they are, and what their story is, and whom they meant by the erring one? End of chapter 27. End of The Filigree Ball by Anna Katharine Green. Recorded by Crln in the summer and fall of 2014 in Groningen in the Netherlands. Thank you for listening.